crawling through your walls. I'm breaking free. I'm out. I've been released. I've been released. I was trapped in ad jail. I was ready to go live like 3 minutes ago, but I needed it to run the pre-stream ads. I saw that YouTube ran it, but Twitch did not. Freedom! I'm here. Hi. Happy Friday, Shermates. We survived the week. Oh, yay. I'm happy that we did. Hello. How are you? How was your week? I hope it was good. I just saw you yesterday. But I am back. And I am here to wow! That is what I'm here to. Oh, cozy. Okay, sorry. Was I a little too excitable for the beginning of stream? Ooh. I am here to yap. Huh. I'm here to yap. Shermates, I prepared a PowerPoint presentation to show you. Yeah, Magic the Gathering will be involved in our discussions today. We will discuss things like miscellaneous creatures. We will discuss roller coasters and amusement parks. We will discuss some Magic the Gathering. I am here to yap to you about the time I spent on vacation last week. And also to hear your thoughts on some of the things that were experienced at that time. Oh, thank you for the snacks and drinks. I am drinking a actually it's not 24 hours old. I'm drinking a blue raspberry icy that Jubby and I obtained last night at like 11 p.m. I did put most of mine back in the freezer, and turns out if you stab it with a fork enough times the next morning, it does go back to being kind of a normal icy. So I will sip on that as my hydrate right now, and I have to finish it before it all melts. But yeah, are you ready to hear all of the yapping? And I do also want to hear, because like, I don't have a very big like vacation family. We go on one big trip a summer, but that'll probably be the only like real vacation-y thing I do this summer. So I want to hear about your vacations and live vicariously through all of you also. Because I probably won't go to the beach this year or do any of like the typical vacation-y things. My family, my immediate family, is not beach people. I'm kind of included in that. Kind of slightly somewhat included in that. They would rather go hang out in the woods or like on a river somewhere than at the beach. The beach is kind of nice, and like for seasonal affective, I need my sunlight. Like that's kind of good for health, but that's okay. Nap person. That is a good way to spend vacations. Joby's been catching up on a lot of sleep since summer break has started. Joby gets summer break, and I'm kind of jealous. Joby gets to perpetually live in the way that students live in having a summer break, which is crazy. Joby gets paid over the summer, so they are in the other room and are liable to appear while we are here today. So, Joby warning, first off. Shroom Fame is not beached as bro, gotcha. Yeah, no, not really. We did, for our vacation, go somewhere fun still. So what I will do is I will teleport us to another room, and then I will yap at you from there. You can scream to Joby all you like, but they cannot hear you. You are only audible through the headphone, the single headphone I am wearing in my right ear. That's it. You only exist in my right ear. That's the full extent. There will be other warnings, not just Joby warning. There will be a warning for snails and crabs and snakes. And I will give the warning for those things before we see them, so that way you can avert your eyeballs if you don't like gazing upon those things. No bugs, no shrimps. Shrimps is bugs, but there will be crabs, and I know that people who have arachnophobia, crabs can still be kind of unsettling, and I know people aren't fans of snakes, but I love creatures. I love creatures. I am potentially also a creatures myself. What about Smuggy warning? Did you like my Smuggy from the thumbnail? Is that why you're saying that? I was offering you snails. Did you accept? Did you accept the offering of snails? You'll see the thumbnail. We'll get there, but here. I'm gonna first put us into, I think, here? Let me know if this is weirdly loud when we go there. Such a nice model.
Jebby,
thank
help
you.
me. I'm being made into a delicious Cheshire sauce to be poured over a baked potato with salted butter. Ouch, 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 ouch.
Ouch, 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 ouch. Gary, why are they doing that to you? Who is doing that to you? It's not me. You're right here, and I can see that you're fine. I don't think Joby can save you if that's what's going on, though. Snails are creepy. First of all, how dare you? Second of all, how dare you? Third of all, I can't believe you've done this. How could you? Snails are friends. Snails are cute. Oh, I guess snail warning immediately. Snail! Look at Snail! This is the Smuggy that Incinda was talking about. Might I offer you a snail in this trying time, or maybe even 6? What would you do if you had 6 periwinkle snails with you right now, right this second? Also, fox turtle, house. We'll talk about these more in depth. Why are you touching them? Why not touching them? Because pick up and hold, they are little friend. The snails don't mind. The snails, you can see, he's clearly okay with what's going on with him. He's schmoovin'. They were all running around. They were not upset. They were okay. Also, thank you for saying I have a nice model. I appreciate it. Okay, I can be crazy again. Thank you. Oh. Snails can be horrible creatures. I know that there are some invasive snails. We have apple snails here in the US, which are really, really invasive, and those are a problem. But these little guys are periwinkle snails, and they're native to most of the East Coast, and they're fine. People can't eat them also. Do not eat snail. Do not. It's like me. Cool to look at, do not do the eat. Not worth it. Read too many Junji Ito manga to like snail. Is it because it was Uzumaki because of spirals, or are there other like snail things happening in Uzumaki? I have not read much Uzumaki because I don't like creepy or horror things. I am a wimp. In every single way, I am a wimp. Escargot nasty. I have actually had escargot before, which is a sad thing to announce. Shh, don't listen, don't listen, don't listen. When I was in London when I was in like 10th grade, and we had escargot while we were there. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good. It's like seafood. If you put enough butter on something, you can eat it. Like, I feel like that's just the phrase you could say about just about anything. With the power of enough butter or cheese, just about anything becomes edible. Taste-wise. You can overpower the flavor of anything strange. People who don't like vegetables, slather them in butter. Slather them in butter or smear them in cheese, and that's all it takes. I kind of rearranged my words there also. If you've never tried it, I don't know if you need to, but it's like seafood. If you can stomach eating like crab's a very mild flavor. The escargot that I had was also a very mild flavor. You just put it in butter and that was kind of it. Yeah, enough ketchup and it all tastes the same. Yeah, Garfield, that's so right. Funny way to type you? Huh? Snails are reoccurring in Uzumaki? Oh, I didn't know them. I didn't know that. I won't touch them, I'm not gonna eat them. That's fair, you don't have to eat them. Do not eat the snail, you can just look at the snail. You don't have to touch, you don't have to eat. Just look at the snail. Appreciate the snail. Do you like the box turtle better? I'll tell you about that. We'll get into that. I did have, however, just like a funny little like, where is it? Aesthetic video of the scenery. So I guess I should play that not first though. Hang on. Do not nuke the snail. If you try to nuke a snail, you'd end up nuking a lot more than just snail. Please contain the hatred that you contain within your heart for the snail. He is not deserving of it, because your hatred will fell much more than just the snail. You would take down the whole world with you. And is that a price you're willing to pay? And if it is, I think you need to do some introspection. Maybe. No, the turtle's a giant rat? No! This is a box turtle. Look at him. I guess his eyeball is directly behind a blade of grass, but he's so cute. He was just, we noticed him out the window. He was just lumbering across the lawn. Hang on, we'll get there. So, I've made you a PowerPoint. So I can show you our vacation. Whoa! Transition. Box turtle's the first reptile I had as a pet. Wait, you say first. Have you had more than one reptile pet? First implies more than one. I have not had many reptile pet to say that I had a first one, because that would imply others. Yes, I have envy. I want reptile pet. I don't have space for reptile pet, but I want reptile pet so badly. Looks like you had fun. Thank you. I'm happy to be back. I did have fun, but I did have to like recover from being on vacation. And I did have to work a little bit on vacation also, which is not my favorite. I'll discuss how that went. Only snail I like is Snail House. Oh, I know Snail House. I'm familiar with Snail's House. That's in the, like In Love with a Ghost type vibes, right? Do you know who I'm talking about also? In Love with a Ghost is how I found Lavender Town, who is another like character designer YouTube fella, who also kind of became a VTuber for a minute and is a graphic noveler. Lavender Town and I are kind of the same person in some ways. Now that I've said all those words out loud. We're like the same combination of phrases. We primarily do character design, we do illustration, we do graphic noveling. We're both VTubers. Kind of. I don't know if she really does much VTubing these days, but she made a VTuber model. Intriguing. Love Lavender Town? Lavender Town is somebody who people tend to be very split in opinion on. Billy is not a big fan of her. I don't mind her. I used to watch her videos a good bit a while ago. Yeah. Yeah, her takes on, like, characters from books are good, yeah. Lavender Town got me started on character design. Let's go! Yeah. Also, not jet lag, so I did not travel very far for vacation, but I mean, far enough. Couple hours. Joby and I took a long drive. Oh, you know what I should have gotten for, like, the first slide of this? I'll put us on the first image so you can see. This is where we stayed. I don't care telling you where we stayed because it doesn't really do anything for you, but we stayed in a manor. I've discussed before. I have some wealthy extended family members, which does not benefit me other than the single family vacation we take once a year. Does not benefit me any other time, but like, this is a manor that housed the entirety of all of us who went on the trip. Crazy strange. We were in Virginia. So that was like a 5-hour drive for us. Joby and I drove 5 hours down. We were the third group to arrive. So my parents drove down first and like checked in, did all that. Then my aunt, uncle, and cousin drove down after in the same day. And we arrived last because, bet you can't guess why we were last. What task do you think Joby and I did instead of arriving on time? Not instead of, but like we did a task instead of arriving on time. And yes, it is so East Coast. It's also very southern, yeah. Aren't most of American houses mansions anyway? How's this one special? No, no. I lived in a very small house kind of in the woods growing up. This is nothing like the house that I had at all. In fact, the bedroom that Joby and I were in was like bigger than our entire apartment. It was ridiculous. That's a part of the tale here to tell too. So Joby and I, no, not hunting for car keys. Joby and I, on our way down, we stopped not once, but twice to try and acquire a fresh pair of Reeboks for Joby. I have these fresh Reeboks that I got for like $5 at the thrift shop. Crazy. They were like barely worn. They had been worn maybe like once ever. And I got them for $5. They're beautiful, fantastic. They're white. They're lovely. They are my shoe of the summer. Joby has their like several pronged approach to summer. It's pretty boy summer is what Joby has declared this summer as. For me, it's white shoes summer, which means I'm gonna go outside and not get my shoes dirty. Yeah, Reeboks. Yeah, expensive brand, really? Really? We did go to like a, what do you call it? DSW, Designer Shoe Warehouse or something. No, I'm not a shoe person. Oh my God, no. No, I'm not a shoe person. I have Paradox, and I have now my Reeboks. I have a pair of Chunky Filas, and a pair of Vans, and that's it. Those are like all the shoes to my name. I am not a shoe person, even slightly. But we went to a DSW. They did not carry the shoe that Joby wanted. They only had like women's Reeboks, and that's not a problem. Joby would be more than happy to wear a women's Reebok. However, Joby wears like a size 13 shoe. So through conversion, I can't remember what that is in women's shoes, but it's some size that they just like do not carry. So we were like, all right, away we go. We take off. And so we drove 45 minutes out of the like way of what our initial trajectory was supposed to be to go get a fresh pair of Reeboks. We stopped at an outlet mall and we did get the Reeboks. They were only $40. So somebody who said that they were an expensive brand, $40 for a pair of new shoes is not too bad. There was a sale going on, but like, that's what you gotta look for. Don't buy shoes or things if they're not on sale. Be frugal, shroommates. So we did acquire fresh Reeboks. That was really important. I can't believe I don't have a picture of Joby's fresh Reeboks in here, but you may actually see them in the photos later. I'll point at them. I think Joby's wearing them in one of the photos I have in here. Forgot Joby's huge. Yeah, Joby is 6'2". Joby's not like huge, but like compared to me, yeah. Joby is quite tall. The fact you know those names means you're a shoe person? No! I couldn't name you like what the actual style of any of the shoes are. Like Joby could tell you what Joby's not even that much of a shoe person either, but could tell you like, oh, this is a Reebok XYZ. This is a Vans this. This is a blank. The only one of my shoes I own that I know the name of is I know that my Docs are Chelsea boots because I've had to get a second pair of them and I had to know what they were called to do that. And that's it. But I swear to you, I'm not a shoe person. Please, please believe me, I am not. I'd wear shoes with good support. Cheapest pair of Brooks I could find was 90. Oh, oh, I have high arches, so I like kind of slightly feel you a little bit, but I just get like decent shoe inserts. I'll spend like 15 bucks on like a decent shoe insert that has like a plastic, like bonus shoe art, like arch in it, and I put those in my shoes. So like that's how I survive. That's the EG way. I don't know if that works. Although if you're in your feet all the time, I feel like that might make it tough. But let me put myself, can I come back into the corner? Yeah, there we go. Back in the corner. Oh, I didn't take roll. Did I take roll yesterday at all? Huh, we'll take roll. Hi, shroommates. Who's here? You got like 20 minutes to roll in. Who is here today? I see Tokyo right off the top, but let me scroll back in time and see. Star Heron, Nilo, Edward, Riku, Gerald, yep, oh, I see you guys checking in, hello. Ren, Hoshi. Hoshi, every time I see your name now, my brain really wants to call you Hoshi. Lemia. Oh, Sam41, Banzai, Samco. Whoa. Nocturne Deer, Amber, and Cinda, Mythic, Lance. Hello. You're bad? No, don't be you're bad. It makes me laugh. Hi, Moss Cake. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Game Loser. Hi, Pumpkin. Hi, Stella Catching. Hello. Happy Friday. If you guys check in later, I'll still say hi to you, but I just want to see who's here. Hi, Kylie, also. Love how the shroommates checking in takes the form of us chucking ourselves at you. You throw yourselves into my waiting grasp. You're throwing yourself into the classroom. You're coming through the doorway. Sorry about long name. No. You're good. My brain is just not... I don't manage to parse things very easily, unfortunately, sometimes, and that's on me. I'll figure it out. Mashar, Beady Fire. Hello. I see you all. So, place we stayed, Manor. It is along a long gravel road. Here's the manor. This is the back porch, actually. I don't think I have a picture of the front porch, but the back porch, chairs, we can sit and hang. This was a... like glass, like almost like porch area. I'd call it a screened in porch, but it was all glass and it was also 80 million degrees. We spent no time in it. And this does have an entirely, yeah, like private yard. There were no other houses within like arm's reach of us at all. Yeah, I guess a sunroom might be the word for it. I don't know. I don't know the names of parts of things. I live in an apartment, so I have not been a part of any of that. Didn't say shoe people are exclusive to America. Very few people that put shoes on display outside of America. Oh, interesting. Cozy and cool. It was very neat. So here, I can move to the next one. Awful fact, feet have no arch. One is a negative arch. Ooh, that is really ouch. I had a professor who had that, and that is uncomfy. I am sorry to hear that, fellas. Private display. Yeah, our shoes are not on display in this house. I will tell you that. They are shoved under the coffee table. Like, no love for them. Joby also has a pair of Air Force Ones that are completely encased in mud currently. They need cleaned back out, but they were worn. Where were they worn that got them so muddy? I can't remember. I think Joby went somewhere to take pictures, and I had like cleaned them not that long ago. I cleaned a couple of Joby's pairs of shoes to make them fresh, but they got so super muddy. So here, when we were there, this is the view looking out from the house. It was on a private little dock. So the picture of me on the cover is me standing on the little dock side thing. We had our kayaks, we could go out. There's other little houses scattered in the distance there, but we spent a lot of time outside hanging out there. So like instead of a beach vacation, we go here. And the tide changed extensively. So look how beautiful. Here's what the yard looked like. I was like, I feel like I'm cosplaying as like an 18th century noble. We thought the house was gonna be like super mega haunted, but it was built in the 60s. So like, quite far from in all likelihood. Probably not even remotely that. And like, this isn't even like a trick of the lens. This yard was so big and flat and like vacant. It was like nothing in the yard except there were a lot of mushrooms actually. There were a ton of mushrooms in this yard. There were a lot. I think the first day we were there, when we arrived, it rained and we hung out and went to sleep. The next day, we just hung out outside and just relaxed more or less. My sister came down 2 days late. My sister came down on Monday. We arrived on Saturday because she was in Texas on a separate vacation. SMH, when you're late to vacation because you're on other vacation. Haunted by what gone by? By boats? Maybe boats. I don't remember what order I have things on in here. Haunted vacation would be so cool. No! You think it would be cool? I feel like a haunted vacation, that's like how you die. That's like the tale of, well, we'll get to this, but like, that's like the way people perish in many stories is because they go on vacation somewhere strange, they get a bad vibe, and then they don't do anything about it, and then they fall to the powers that be. Yeah, it's like every horror movie. Oh. I don't think that was going on there, no. See ghosts? No. That will become relevant, though. That will become relevant. We'll get there. We'll get to ghosts and haunting maybe being kind of relevant. Not completely. I guess ghosts can be modern. You could have a ghost from 2019. The ghost is going to say Gen Z slang to you. They're whispered in your ear in the night. You'll be sleeping in bed, all tucked in, cozy, snug, me, and you just hear a horrible wailing through the walls of, what are those? No, you didn't do it to them. What other things were 2019? What other phrases would be about at that point? It's that boy. Oh heck, what up? Oh wait, that's like 2016. The concept of a ghost just ambiently haunting you by saying memes into your ear at night. I'm sure that would be really annoying, and therefore that would also that would also qualify as, you know, ghosts are a little bit tricksy-y. They're a little bit annoying. They like to pester. And that would definitely pester most of us, I feel like, if there was a ghost just quoting old memes to you. Yeah, ghost dabs and knocks something over. They're hitting the whip and the nay-nay and like smacking into stuff. Yankee no brim. Is that really that old? Jubby says that sentence to me not that long ago. Not that all. English, e.g. Joby says that sentence to me not infrequently in the modern day, so I don't actually know when Yankee No Brim came about. Like at all. Yeah. My name's Jeff. Oh yeah, the ghost in your ear at night. My name's Jeff. That would be pretty good. Yeah, doing hitting a stanky leg in the room. It's like, what, have you guys seen, what is his name called? There's the one guy where he goes, oh shit, a rat! He's like doing a weird little dance. I didn't say the word, don't worry, I said she. A rat! And he does it with like a demon, but they're like they're getting sturdy with it. Instead of actually doing something evil. Do you know who I'm talking about? I have to ask Jubby who that is. Can't remember what that guy's name is, but he makes goofy videos. Yeah, like a Vine ghost. No, not swear jar, not swear jar. I did not say it. I mean, it's funny, right? Where did that come from? Who is that? I can't remember who that is. It's somebody who one of Jubby's friends does not like. Wake up in the middle of the night and the ghost is playing Go Noodle on your TV? What is Go Noodle? I don't know what Go Noodle is. Is that a 2019 thing? I thought of model names for shoes and instantly thought Vivienne Westwood and McQueen. All right, high fashion. I love you guys are still talking about shoes. It's like getting sturdy with it. What is that lingo? Do you not know that lingo? I know a lot of current phrases because of Joby. Joby is online to the my not online. You guys don't know that phrase? Okay, I don't know if I can help you. That's just like a kind of dance to do. People never know if I'm haunting them. Whenever the TV remote control always seems to be a little cold. Ugh, that's uncanny. I feel like the best hauntings are just the ones that are like slightly uncanny. I like eldritch and uncanny things that are just things aren't right. Or like, you know, seaside towns where, you know, the smell of salt is permeating everything. Things taste like metal. Everything's like sort of warped and creaky and old and strange because the sea is old and it knows more than you ever could and it makes it known by the feeling it puts into the air. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Watchpod does my back. You know what I'm talking about. So the place we stayed at also had a single grape vine with one cluster of grapes. We did not eat it because I and the others kind of decided that that would be like eating pomegranates as Persephone and binding ourselves to the place forever. So we decided that may have not been smart to eat, and we therefore did not. Hi, Selma! Hello. I see you are here. The ghost is eating my snacks in my fridge? No! You can't let them. It's not ripe. That's true. Well, if they were green grapes, they might be. But we actually didn't know what kind of grape they were, and we were not going to eat them. Yeah, out of season, who knows? We did not touch them. Yeah, not my property. I mean, it was like an Airbnb adjacent situation. We rented the place. So I don't think they would have been mad if we ate them. Like, the person who owns the place doesn't live there and has like a permanent caretaker, 'cause it's a place you can go on vacation to. So I feel like it's fine, but I don't know. Yeah, we didn't have a grape time. No. We had a fantastic time, but not a grape time. Not at all. Hi, TA. Seaside Mansion, please bind me there. Well, that place wouldn't have been terrible to be bound to. Man, I wish we should have taken a photo of the absolutely ridiculous room that Jubby and I stayed in this place. Jubby and I were offered to stay in the master bedroom, which my parents were on this trip and my aunt and uncle were on this trip. So immediately when they offered us the master bedroom, I was like, something's amiss here. What is that about? What do you mean? Why us? Why are we offered this? Why would none of you take it? And we did find out very swiftly that there was a reason why, and the reason why was because they walked us in there. The master bedroom is on the first floor, which is where all like the living area is, and the way you enter it is through like unfolding mirrors, essentially. Like you push these mirrors in and back, and you walked in, like not like a secret door, but like a weird still way to enter a door, and you enter into the master bathroom, which is open air connected to the bedroom. So in this master bathroom that we did enter, God, I really should have gotten a photo of this. I'll just Jubby if they have a photo, but in the master bathroom, there is a huge marble tub with a jacuzzi. On the right of the tub, literally like you could reach your arm out of the tub and touch it, toilet. And then on the other side is something that we thought initially was a bidet, and then we thought later was a toilet, but it had too thin of a rim to sit on it, and it had two flush things, like a long flush and a short flush. So we're not actually sure what it was, unless you were just supposed to levitate over the toilet. But two toilets, so you could have dueling toilets while you someone else takes a bath, maybe. The room that is the bathroom has mirrors on like every wall. Pretty much every wall has a mirror on it. The walls that like become the funny little like sliding doors that let you in and out, mirrored. There's a mirror on the wall across from the tub where there is not one, but two sinks, but they're kind of like at an angle. There's a sink here, and then like go around the corner, there's another sink. Strange. Not a baby bathtub. We're talking like a huge bathtub. Big bath. Like Jubby could get in the bathtub and lay down in it. And Jubby is 6'2". Like big bathtub. Crazy. Then there's also a standing shower, which does not work. The water does not work on the standing shower. But to go into the bedroom from the bathroom, you just go down 2 steps. And then there is a giant, like, what do you call the really, really big beds? They're like a Texas king or like an Alaska king or something. The literal largest mattress I've ever encountered in my life on a poster bed, like 4-poster bed. And then there's like a whole living room essentially. And it's all one room, the bathroom and the living room and the bed. All in one room that is all connected. Yeah, Alaska king. Ridiculous. Also the longest pillows I've ever seen. Like anime body pillow length pillows for your head. Insanity. Aren't there 2 kinds? I have no clue. But this was the most ridiculous bedroom, and it also opened out onto the porch also. So we were offered this because, yeah, and this is all separate from the actual live space. And on top of that, there are 3 more bedrooms upstairs and a bed in the sunroom. The most perplexing place ever. Yeah, the porch. It did open out to the porch. There were a lot of windows, so we did draw all the blinds. And no one wanted this room because they were like, the bathroom being open air connected to the bedroom was just like too much and too uncanny, and there were just too many mirrors. My family was freaked out by it. So Jubby and I were like, okay, yeah, very strange McMansion. The way it was designed, dangerous. And it was like a spiraling staircase to get up to the upper floor where the other bedrooms were. And that it was like the worst of like a tripping hazard. Actually, wait, there's more bedrooms than that. There were 3 bedrooms upstairs, and on the polar opposite side of the first floor from where we were was where my parents had their bedroom. So there were 4 bedrooms on top of the master bedroom. Crazy. Huge, insane quantity of bedroom, yeah. Other homes are old mansions converted servant quarters. They were servants' quarters. Yeah, I think the upstairs might have been the servants' quarters, potentially. Potentially. Unclear. Who knows? Weirdly popular feature, open top bathroom? Why would the bathroom be popular to be open? Hi, Joby, I see you ringing in YouTube chat. Joby, do you have a picture of the insane bedroom that we were in on vacation? I couldn't find one. I didn't think I took any of it. I really should have, and I'm regretting not doing it. Have I done any justice describing how strange it is? Oh, you're on the phone calling? Ring, ring. Oh, do you mean you're calling me in Discord? Oh, you are. Okay, so Joby is gonna come tell us if we're correct or not.
Hey, can you hear me?
I think I can hear you. I don't know if they can hear you. Do you have music
I'm
playing?
I'm out right now.
Oh, you are on stream right now.
Yeah, I'm not here. I'm at a tavern.
Oh, I do hear the music.
It's kind of like a bar and grill, actually.
Oh, okay.
It's
nice.
I'm sorry, it's so loud in here. I'm trying to play poker right now.
How's poker going? Dang, okay.
I'm trying to play poker with this appears to be a goblin and some sort of a wizard, and then I would describe him as the spirit of a small dragon.
With the spirit of a small dragon?
Yeah, it's like a ghost. It's weird because I'm looking right at him as I'm saying this. I'm sorry, man.
That's okay. Yeah, why are you describing these people to me in front of them? I feel that is rather rude of you.
I'm trying to play cards, and this guy's trying to swindle me. This goblin, he's trying to swindle me out of everything, and he's mad because I can see through the cards.
You can see through the cards? Why can you see through them? What do you mean by that? Here, don't worry, I brought Joby in.
I don't know what it was. There's some sort of some wizard gave me a drink, and he said that it will give me advantage in all playable video games or some sort of other game, so I can see through all the cards.
That's fair. Hey Joby, I was trying to explain the weird mansion we visited on vacation. Good time for you to appear.
Let me walk out of the room real quick.
Could you dip out? Is that a thing you can do in poker? You just leave?
I'm gonna put my cards down. I just won everything, and I just got all the gold on the table.
Hell yeah, good work.
I'm gonna walk out of the room so it's a little quieter.
Okay.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, well, yeah, I can hear you fine. I could hear you fine the whole time. Don't worry.
Awesome.
Loud and clear, Joby.
Good to hear. All right, so what are you talking about?
Well, we're looking at grapes right now, but I was talking about the super strange bedroom. I think Joby's playing Magic is what the reality is. But weird bedroom.
I am playing Magic.
Okay, we haven't gone to our Magic the Gathering discussion yet. We haven't even looked at anything from the trip yet. We did talk about your shoes. Do you have a photo of your fresh Reeboks?
Do I have a picture of my fresh Reeboks? You'd be surprised, but as much as I love them, I don't know if I have a bit. Let me look.
Yeah, look, find a picture of your fresh Reeboks. We've also been accused of being shoe people, and I can't stand for this.
No, we are.
No!
Did
No!
you not tell them about when we went to SneakerCon? I have them. I actually have a picture of them.
You have a picture of them? Good, can you send me it?
They're ours matching together.
Oh, perfect! Yeah, can you send me that? Send it in Discord and I can open it.
Send it in Discord? Alright, let me find that.
No. We did not go to SneakerCon. Joby does this constantly.
We did go to
Joby,
SneakerCon.
no. Joby gaslights people constantly. Every time we go to get our ices, Joby asks me, is like, yeah, you want me to pick you up another pack of Camel Crushes? And I'm like, what? Like in front of the people who are working there. And I'm like,
They're being facetious right now, but they actually have a very wonderful collection of Air Force Ones, Taxi 12s.
Collection? I don't own any of those things. I don't even know what is a taxi?
You literally made us sit outside the Nike store for the new blazer.
I don't know what a blazer is. That's a jacket.
I just sent you the picture of our fresh Reeboks.
Yeah, here, we'll grab fresh Reeboks. Classic Joby move, yeah. Send me 5 things. Oh, you tried to call me 5 times in 1 minute.
I tried to call you 5 times. I wasn't going off. I had to
perfect.
go in the chat.
That's from Busch Gardens. Hang on, if I come in here, Here, look,
Let me
you guys
find the
will.
stream real quick.
Yeah, make sure you don't have the stream playing into it. Look, here's Jubby in my fresh Reeboks. My leg, Jubby leg. Do you see the shoe size difference here? Straight from the vine, the Reeboks. Yeah, I juiced them myself just for Jubby. No, sneaker. I don't even think is SneakerCon a real thing.
SneakerCon is something I made up.
Okay.
However, I'm sure there are
People are reacting to it like it's a real thing.
Yeah, that's a size 12 Reebok brand new pair.
Yeah, and then here's my size 6 Reebok in comparison. There likely is one. It's real. Jubby, you never know your power, do you?
What I'm saying is sneakers. There are sneaker conventions. Yes, there's hundreds of them, but I don't think it's called SneakerCon.
I'm being told SneakerCon. I am receiving my mods are telling me things, whispering things in my ear via the Bluetooth headset that I wear as the president of the Shroom State. They're telling me SneakerCon is real.
Okay, well that's good to know.
This is not SneakerCon. We're not at SneakerCon. This is Busch Gardens.
Well, this picture was at
my cousins. No. Look, on the red brick road at SneakerCon?
I don't know what picture. I have many pictures of our shoes. Let me keep looking.
Wait, Joby, did I go on Apollo's? Hang on. Edward, we will come back to Busch Gardens and talk about what roller coasters were investigated and which ones I went on or which ones I did not. Hang on, I gotta go back to my slides so I know where we are. There were grapes. There was also, I'm in the way, a barn that we were not permitted to enter, so we gazed at it longingly. We really should have broken into that barn.
I didn't want to say anything, but I was looking out the window at night and I saw about an 8-foot tall figure walk out of it.
Oh, did he have like a pumpkin on his head and were a lot of other little pumpkin things worshiping it in the night?
No, you're
singing
thinking
songs?
you're thinking of Jack Skellington, and that's not who.
No.
That's not who it was. It was actually some shit. Honestly, it kind of looked reptilian in nature.
Oh, I was thinking of the pumpkin head fellas that are. I'm thinking of the over the garden wall creature. Do you remember that episode?
Oh yeah, that's a classic episode.
But I guess not them. No.
It wasn't them. No, I think it was. I think it was a politician.
What? You can't be saying that here.
I'm just kidding.
There's Pixel Jubby will come back. Pixel Jubby, if you can see the stream, you haven't seen the funny photos I edited for this.
I'm looking at the screen right now.
You'll see them when we get to them. I edited some photos so I could show some of the family photos without showing any of us. So I did use your voxel head over your face a couple times.
Okay.
So, barn, sunset, nice, right? Okay, we'll keep moving. Here's where I give you the snail, snake, crab warning. Shroommates, if you do not like snails or snakes or crabs, avert your eyes for a moment.
I love snails.
I love snails. Are you guys are a Sneeple. What kind of Sneeple are you? Are you a snail person or a snake person? Yes, critters. What Sneeple are you? Oh, there we go, I'm normal again, thank God. I was so big.
I'm definitely a snake.
You're definitely a snake?
Yeah, I think if I was in the Harry Potter universe, I would have been Slytherin.
How have we mentioned Harry Potter 3 times in 2 days? My brain can't. Bad for health.
I've been reading the books on my Kindle.
You have not been. You are lying, and you don't own a Kindle.
I don't have a Kindle.
You're lying. You don't even own a Kindle. I love that you come on stream and just tell falsehoods. I could just let you go and just let everyone believe you and that you do things, but I can't. The actually in me has to go, no, you actually don't do those things.
Yeah, that's fair.
But snail and snake and crab warning. Be aware. I'll let you know when it's over. So I think we're first gonna foray into snails. Yeah, look at that snail. Someone drew fan art of my hand with this snail on it. And not like fan art like of Squiiji, but like they recreated this photo of my hand with a snail on it as art.
I tried. We were able to get about 6 or 7 snails.
6 exactly. Yes.
Hand.
Yes.
Yeah. And I was trying to get a picture of it on the medium format.
Yeah.
And
they just kept falling off.
They would fall off, but also if in Virginia there was like was a tropical storm. There was about 1 million. It was like raining for most
Yeah,
of it.
the rain was kind of ridiculous on the trip, unfortunately.
It was so humid that it literally fogged up
Oh yeah,
the camera.
it fogged the internals of the camera.
I had to take it apart and clean it out, and then I would take it back out and it'd fog up again. So it's like, it was almost impossible.
Your cloud post came to haunt you.
That.
Your ownership of illegal magic cards did haunt you in that case.
They don't need to know about my illegal magic cards. They don't need to know about that.
We're going to talk about magic later, so they do need to know. And there is a need to know basis here, and I do need to know, therefore everyone has to know. Joby owns cloud posts and locust posts. That is also a snail, definitely.
It's actually called glimmer posts.
Oh, sorry. Glimmer posts. Pardon me. What?
I'm gonna actually you.
Okay, that's fine. You can actually me back. That is okay. They're not illegal. They're just not legal to play with in standard
banned
format.
in
Yeah, they're banned in modern. Wait, so are they legal in Commander?
Yeah.
Oh.
Why wouldn't they?
Oh, you should use them.
Well, the thing is, what benefits a cloud glimmer post is if you have 4 of them, they tap for 32 mana, but you can only have 1 unique land. So really, they almost just turn into free soul rings.
Oh. I mean, a free soul ring is not a bad thing to have. We're getting to magic too early.
Yeah, we'll talk magic.
We'll get back into it. Oh, bye, my shy. Yeah. You can heat up the camera lens to get rid of the fog on the inside. Is that true, Joby?
Well, so I mean, the only reason it's like thermal dynamics. It's like if you walk outside with your glasses, if the camera
the difference in temperature is too high.
If the it was because we would take it out of the air-conditioned house and then outside.
Yeah.
So if you left it out there, but the thing is it would have to be out there for.
Yeah. So we actually probably needed to do the opposite to make it stop, right? If it was cold again, it would go back to normal, maybe, because it was cold and the stuff it was in was.
You need to let it just sit there and literally just need to let it adjust to the climate, which is weird. That's why I respect the southern photographers.
Yeah, how do they do that?
Do it.
It is tough.
It's crazy.
Oh, here, so snails. We loved our snails. Look, see, they are clinging, they are holding on, so they did enjoy me. Why pick up snail? Because they because snails don't mind it. Snails will hold on. They were friends of mine. Joby is real? Joby is real. What do you mean gasp? Joby is real. Joby's always been real. Have you?
I've been around for a minute, actually.
Joby's been known to be real. Joby's here and hanging out.
I'm as real as they come.
That's true. Yeah. What else do we have as far as creatures go? Oh, up close and personal with the snail. Joby, I'm going to turn you off for 1 second so they can see this.
That's okay. I understand. Snails are more important.
No! No! Joby, I would pick you over snails any day, don't worry.
That's a good snail.
It is a good snail. There we go, you can come back now. The snail is just unfortunately right in the exact spot where you are. And then here's my first, which is the one that was the cover image, which is me with snail.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That's a good snail.
Can I offer you 6 snails in these trying times? And if I do, what will you do with them? There's a right answer. I do know the species also. They're periwinkle snails.
Periwinkles. Are you asking me what I'd do with the snails?
Well, I'm asking you. I'm asking everyone what they would do with the snails. You've got 6 snails.
I'd create a terrarium of them. But I would also maybe... I don't know, if I'm hungry, I might eat 1 or 2. I mean, 1 or 2.
No! No. No, you would not. Snails are friends and not food. We discussed that earlier and you were not here.
I was not here. I was in the tavern.
That's true.
I was in the tavern, bar, and grill.
I like that there's a grill in it. You're in the tavern gastropub?
It was a gastro, well, yeah, I mean, the idea was they had like a game going on. We were watching the Bills, but they turned it off after a while. You'd be surprised how many mythical creatures are into Josh Allen.
I didn't know what mythical creatures were into football. Do they have like adaptive headgear so like minotaurs can play and stuff? Like, that seems like important.
I think that'd be illegal. I think that's like performance enhancement.
What is performance enhancement? Having horns?
They have horns.
So you're saying that a minotaur is not allowed to play football?
We're not talking about the photographs anymore.
Do we have to? We don't have to. I'm allowed to yap about whatever I want today, which is why you were invited.
Right. Minotaurs are not allowed to play, only because it's really not even, it's the virile nature of them. It's how quickly they can move. I imagine a Minotaur is allowed to legally have an axe.
Legally, he gets to have an axe in football?
I'm sure.
What is he doing with it? Is he using the axe on the opponents, or is he using the axe on the ball?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they'd be into that sport. I think they'd be into like log cutting down trees.
Oh, they could be into those like what are they called? Like the log. It's like this. I almost said Swedish. It's the Scottish festival ones where you like climb the logs, chop the logs, you throw the logs. Yeah, caber tossing. Yeah.
I love Minotaurs. I rode with Minotaurs for a minute. I talked to them at the bar and grill. But I'm just saying that in human-wide sports, I mean, let them in. But the thing is, then you get a wizard, and I think I would rather have a Minotaur in than a wizard, because I feel like they could conjure and deflate the ball and be like that controversy a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah, they let a little bit of air out of the ball so it's easier to catch. I
think anyone could do that, but I think the wizard would do it in a funnier manner.
Maybe, or like, what is the one spell in D&D that lets you fill a vessel with water, or like with a liquid? Fill the ball with water while it's being thrown through the air. So it just goes onk, and hits the ground. Yeah, I'm a little cursed.
That'd be a big controversy.
Yeah. I have witnessed the Scottish games. I did not participate in them, but I watched them from like 10 feet away while I sold things. Is it just called Create Water? Is that all that spell is?
I think it's called Fill.
No. Yeah, it's the content-aware fill tool in Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, it's just Create Water? It's that simple. Sometimes it is just that simple. Just that short.
And that's what all the snails were doing on Bay's hand.
Yes,
there.
They were creating water on my hand. They were also creating other things on my hand, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Create or destroy. Yeah, it probably is.
Not very gentlemanly snails. However,
they were fine. They can't help it. It's not their fault. Not their fault. It's okay. Also, RR Abysmal, thank you for following. Wait until you find out what Fireball is. What is Mage Hand? Like, magic missile! Why name it something that is hard to remember when it can just be named exactly what it is and does? Create water, creates water. Why not? There's too many other ones that aren't that way. Also, yes, I am polling you on whether you are snakes or snails.
I just voted. There's not a single vote for snail.
There's not a single vote for snail? No, that's not true. There is a single vote for snail, and I'm joining it.
Okay.
Oh, you said that, so it's evening out.
There you go. Now let it
They've been alerted. There you go. They've been alerted, so now they're voting. I just sneakily put a poll up. Why not neither? Why would you want to be neither? What do you have against snakes and snails?
Yeah, you'd just be a person then. That would just be eeple.
Just be an eeple. What was the word we kept using for? Oh no, I can't say that here. Never mind. I will not bring that up.
What was the word?
What was the name for the clown people? Do you remember that video you showed me of the girl who was a clown person and she kept referring to the clowns by, like, the group of clowns by a particular name?
I know it.
What was she calling them?
Is it wrong to say? Why are you worried about saying it?
I don't remember what it is the problem. I'm thinking of a different word, which is not it.
I remember her saying Cleeple.
Cleeple, that's what it was.
But no. I think what you're thinking of was she referred to her subscribers as her clamily.
Oh, yeah, clamily. That's what I wanted, clamily. Because I kept saying that it sounded like she was talking about clams instead of clowns.
We have someone named Haunted Butter in the chat asking a question.
What is your question?
Says I must ask a question.
Okay, what is your question? Thank you for raising your hand for the teacher. Very kind. What is the question? I will keep an eye out for the question. I will advance us through the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'll keep going.
We'll keep moving. We're in an ad break on Twitch, though. Oh, there's a very far away photo of an eagle. I just needed you to know there were eagles.
There was an eagle. I never saw that eagle one time.
You didn't see the eagle once? I saw it through the binoculars. No. And once I knew it was there, I could, like, spot it because it was right against the horizon. That is my aunt's handwriting. I forgore. Oh, no, you forgore your question? That's okay. If it comes back to you, you can try again. I'll give you another chance.
I'm going to say something here that's a little, maybe, I'm like really nervous saying this.
Okay.
Because I don't know if it's true or not, and I don't really know a lot about it. But for some reason, out of all animals in the animal species,
Animal kingdom?
the whole kingdom, the five, everything.
Mm-hmm.
I have never been in more conversations than any other animal just about birds. People love talking about birds. They love naming birds and talking about every sound or every time they've ever seen a bird.
That's true. You know what they say though? Don't break bread with birds. So if we can't break the bread with the birds, we got to talk about the birds behind their backs to each other.
No, my thing is, and this is the part that will be a little controversial, is I'm not like that into birds.
We both have families that are very into birds. The birds are real. Don't say that. The birds do exist. I've seen them with my own eyes.
They'll point them out and be like, "Do you see that eagle 8 miles away?"
Yes.
And I'm like, you know, I
they were
actually don't
really
see
excited about the eagle being like, this is like all the way on the far shore of where we were staying. It was hiding there.
I have no problem with people that enjoy birds, and birds are very beautiful and they make very good sounds. But like, I think that if it would be very odd if we were just talking about I don't know, snakes or different kinds of
Would it be
fish
odd?
we see. It's like,
I feel like we talk about sea creatures that much in our household.
I'm just saying that birds are one of those ones where it's like, it is a bird, and I do see it. But we can talk about birds extensively as if they're almost like
it is a bird. I do see it. That's it. Birds don't impress me. You don't impress me. You are a bird. I do see you, and that's all there is to you. That's it.
Every bird, the only bird that really gets me going when I see it is a hummingbird.
Oh, hummingbirds are exciting.
Oh,
Have you ever
someone
seen?
said,
Huh?
the Haunted Butter says, I remember now, what class would you guys play in D&D?
I play Perpetual DM. That's my class. I've only played in my life one game where I wasn't a DM, and we didn't even finish the game. We got like into the prologue, and we didn't even make it to freaking Strahd's Castle before we just stopped playing.
I have always wanted to be a DM, and I've never done it. Because I think it'd be very funny.
You'd be a very good DM, Joby.
The thing, it would be so funny. I would only want to make it funny. But the problem is, I actually, and this might be the other controversial opinion, love fantasy, love Magic the Gathering. D&D is its own world that is beautiful and wonderful and very expansive. I have never finished a game of Dungeons and Dragons. I have been in 8 or 9 Dungeon Dragons groups, and we play one time, and then everybody never shows up, and then
that is the biggest problem, is trying to schedule, because the only games, I don't think I've finished a game since high school.
Yeah, I mean, you don't.
Yeah, most people have never finished a campaign, yeah. I finished 4 campaigns for my players when I was a high schooler, so, do with that what you will.
Sorry, here's the thing. We didn't actually answer.
No, we didn't. We both avoided the question.
I played as a half-elf ranger that was stolen from his family, and in like kind of part of a like a, what do you call it? Like there was a goblin. No, well, that's the one we played together. But I played originally one where there was a goblin dragon war, and I was kind of kidnapped from my family and forced to work in a goblin place before I escaped. My character was loosely based off of Harrison Ford, not who he's played, not Han Solo, not Indiana Jones.
But him the man, him the real man.
Him the man, just the way he acts in all of them, because I couldn't pick.
What?
And one of the elves from Magic the Gathering.
I see. In the one game I played and the one game I almost played in, as far as race goes, I exclusively play as Warforged. I like Robot. As far as class goes, I think the only 2 that I ended up almost playing were both Paladins, I think. Yeah, I think that was it.
You always go for more of a religious thing.
Yeah. That's not really it. I like being able to be frontline damage and healing. I like being a little tanky, maybe.
I like the idea that there's a...
Because I'm short. It's compensation.
That could be a lot of compensation. But I like the idea that there's some sort of unending power that comes from, I don't know, the gods or demons, and they're trying to they're giving you this boost.
I like believing that robots worship a higher power because I think that's kind of funny to me.
That's actually beautiful. It's like the Overwatch. It's like an Overwatch with the
That's
robot
what I believe
Pope.
In. There's a robot Pope in Overwatch?
Widowmaker assassinates her. Or him.
Spoiler!
It was in the trailer for the game.
For the first game?
Yeah, Tracer runs up with her gun and she tries to shoot her, but I think they fall in love. I'm pretty sure that's what happens.
Is that what happens, or is Joby one-guying me currently?
I think that's how it... Well, not Pope.
Not quite. Okay. Cinematic trailer. Okay.
And that has... Yeah, see, Selma's saying that I'm correct. That's true. Thank you, Selma. And also,
don't let it go to your head.
This does connect back to the ducks on the water.
You're right. Life is fleeting. You need to find things to hope for. The ducks hope for a beautiful spring, and that is how they get through the winter. The robots hope that they may once battle and protect others. That's what I do. Joby pronouns is they, them. Would a bard and Squiiji be an artificer? I could try and play an artificer. Joby did play as a bard in the game we played together.
I did not play a bard.
Weren't you? I thought you were a bard. What were you when you were a snake?
I was a snake necromancer.
Oh, you're a necromancer.
I was raising zombies.
You know what? But you never got far enough into the game to enter combat. So,
I played
which is why I don't remember. You played one session with us, and it existed solely in a tavern. The group we played with wouldn't roleplay, other than you and me and our one other friend. And then Joby never returned.
It was in grad school.
Yeah, no, I know.
We were busy. But also,
I know, I also tapped out after like 4 more, and they all also, the moment I left, it ended pretty much, unfortunately.
I was trying to be like a guy that was like an evil snake, and they were like, you can't be evil. I'm like, what do you mean?
Why did you let me choose to be, yeah, you chose your alignment, and it was approved.
You're not allowed to like, you're not allowed to be telling me how I'm a snake guy that hangs out with zombies.
Do you think that doesn't do evil to your constitution? Are you gonna tell me that does not screw you up as a person irrevocably, or as a Sneeple irreversibly? Come on.
The fun part of that is that later on in the campaign, I might have a moment where my loyalty changes, and then I become a dynamic character. See, this thing is...
Yeah, you built in the opportunity for character growth. You're building stories.
But people want things quickly. They want you to be good right off the bat. It's like, let me build, let me become that. And then at the very end, I poison everyone.
But we had a session 0. Joby ran the character by our DM, and it was fine. We had a session 0.
I don't even know what a session 0 is, but yes.
That was the day that we all sat down and put built our characters together and made sure everybody had all their stuff for the digital everything together, right? It was all approved.
I went in and I did my monologue just like everybody else, and we all kind of riffed for a little bit.
Yeah.
And the casting director said it was okay.
Yeah.
And then they called me back.
It was really funny. They told you to return. They told you to reprise your role.
My agent.
I know, but then they ghosted you and locked you out of your trailer on the set. They wouldn't let you back in.
That was really sad.
Crazy. Man. But I was saying when we were on this trip, my cousin who was there with us is very into D&D. So I was like, oh, maybe next year when we go, I'll write a campaign for all of us that we could play it. But Joby, if you're looking for an opportunity to be a DM, I could coach you through writing one maybe. Although I can't play it if I do that.
It'd be really funny. I think I got it. All of DMing is telling a story, right? That's it?
Kind of, but you have to know the ins and outs of like the stats and like the actual gameplay and combat and all that stuff pretty thoroughly. And there's a lot of setup about where you gotta like build the things that increase the immersion. It's not more than it's worth. It's very rewarding to play it, and I will say my time as a DM was fantastic. I had a lot of fun with it. But it sucks when people just always expect you to be the DM, so you're never given the opportunity to not be. Yeah.
Yeah. But now we're talking. What we got here? We got a crab.
Look at small crab. These are squareback marsh crabs. They're so cute. Avert your eyes if you don't like things that are spidery, because they are kind of spidery. They did set off my this is a spider sense inside my brain, and they were little. They could pinch, just a little pinch. Not hard enough for it to hurt, but they could like grab you and hold on. There were also fiddler crabs, which we didn't pick up because they had one claw that was like the size of their whole body and definitely could have like yoink gotten you.
Yeah, these guys.
How does that go?
They didn't mess around. You're thinking of crab rave.
I am. How does it go though? Here's Jubby's hand.
Do you have the picture of me with the crab?
There's a picture of you pointing at the crab, I believe, on the next slide. Your face is not in it.
Okay. Good.
But me hold crab, Jubby hold crab. Look, he sits so pleasant. He's just hanging out. He's chilling.
He was a good guy.
They were so cute. There were a million of them on the shoreline. There were so many. And they just like scurry off into little corners when you got near.
There was a little pool that I would swim laps in, and there was a crab in the pool. And
I almost included, there's a photo of Jubby rescuing the crab that was swimming in our swimming pool.
The thing is, I took him back down to the water, and somebody said, "You too many legs." And I agree. I love crabs. I think they're very cute. But there was a moment where it was sitting on my hand for like longer than about 10 seconds, and I had to remind myself it wasn't a spider.
Hey, Shrewmates, how many legs does a crab have? Jubby, shush.
Oh, don't start this. Don't start this.
How many legs does a crab have? We learned about how many legs a crab has on stream at some point. How many legs does a crab have? Tell me.
Chat, how many legs do a crab have?
You gotta call them Shrewmates, don't call them chat. 6? No, not 6.
7.
Don't know. Okay, so we are...
Yep. Okay, right there.
My house. So, most of them answered correctly. It's 10. The answer is 10. I've had to 3D model a crab.
It's not 10.
It is, yeah, 8 legs and 2 pinchers. But like, when you look at a zebra, do you say, yeah, he's got 2 legs and 2 arms? My cat has 2 legs and 2 arms. He has 4 legs!
He's got 2... Yes, he has 4 legs.
Okay.
The difference is
what
that
makes
all
something
of
not
those
a leg?
I'm going, if you'll let me.
I won't.
There are 4 legs on a zebra, all of them turn to hooves. My hands and feet are different because one turns into a hand and one turns into a foot, right? Crab legs.
My hands and feet are different because one is a hand and one is a foot.
No, I'm saying that my arms are different than my legs. My legs are different than my arms because they end in feet and one ends in a hand.
So, do crabs actually have 6 legs, 2 paddles, and 2 claws? Therefore, none of the above were right?
Sure. My logic is they do different things. The claws pinch, the other ones maneuver them and scuttle. So I would say they have 8 legs, 2 arms, 2 claws.
I would define them all as being limbs. Not legs, maybe. Limbs.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, wait, hang on. There's a good point being made here. Then what do monkeys have, since their feet are prehensile like their hands? Do monkeys only have arms?
Well, that's
no
the
legs?
beauty of it. They use those hands for different things than they use their feet. Yes, they do open bananas with their feet, and yes, they do walk on their hands.
I swear to you, they do all the same things.
They do, but that doesn't... The logic is... We're comparing a crab to a gorilla.
Okay, I mean, this is once again, we've decided to use the word leg for things that are wholly different as far as what kind of creature they are. We're doing mammals to crustaceans. Crustaceans exist outside. How many legs does a spider have?
They have 8.
Okay, but they have 2 mandibles in the front, which are the ones they use to manipulate things.
I don't think that's true. Is that
Do
true?
they not? Hang on,
I don't think so.
Do spiders
You came in with a lot of confidence with there, so I feel like if I beat
spiders
you, I don't think that...
Spiders, maybe that's not the word for it, but it's the little, like, I'm not going to show you a picture of a spider, but they have their little, like, front grabby ones. Yeah, it's true.
Exactly. No. I'm looking at it. They have 8 legs.
Yeah, 8 legs, 2 mandibles, 2, I can't pronounce that word. Chelicerae.
They pick stuff up and eat them. They don't walk on those guys, I don't think. I'm not a biologist. I'm not, but I'm just saying that they walk around. I think that if I saw a crab pick itself up with its two front claws and walk on the ground with its claws, I would say those are legs. But I always see them with their arms up in the air, scuttling and grabbing things. Look at the crab rave.
I do look at the crab rave. Okay. But for my intents and purposes, he does have 8 legs touching the floor and then bonus arms, but people always draw crabs counting their claws towards their legs. They draw them with 3 pairs of legs and then their claws, which is the wrong number. So that's more so where my point is being made, is that they have one more set than people think they have, because people are lumping their claws in with their legs.
I can see from a design standpoint the argument you're making. I think from a semantic argument that we're having about the legitimacy of whether a claw constitutes a leg, I think is where we're getting hung up on.
Okay, that's fine. I will move us on to, let's see, Joby.
Yeah, let's see me interrogate the crab.
Nope, actually first is me holding a fish.
Okay. Different, right? We got a crab, or we have a fish here.
This is a much lower effort Squiiji edit. We caught, we had crab traps that weren't ours, they belonged to the house, and we put chicken in them and like bacon, and we caught a fish in the crab trap. So my initial response was, hurry, I'm gonna get the fish, I'm gonna bring him inside to ask my father what he is.
As you can see, the fish is inside the house where fish aren't supposed to be.
Who are you to determine where a fish can and cannot live?
I was really worried that we were taking that fish out of the water for a long time.
He was out of the water for like 2 minutes maximum. He was okay. And that is like the exact face I am making in that photo is what my small EG head looks like. And my dad knew, Fungi Father knew what the fish was. Do you remember what he said? I can't remember what the fish was.
I don't know what fish that is.
That's okay. He is also upside down the way I'm holding him, which was kind of unkind. But I did put him back in the water and he was fine. He took off immediately. No, I did not have a bucket. He was okay.
It's one of those things with fish, and again, this is where this might be controversial. It makes me sound like I don't care about things, but I do. If I don't really care what kind of fish it is, it's a beautiful fish.
Oh, okay, okay. You routing that was saying it's a beautiful fish, regardless of what kind it is. Maybe that's fine.
I'm just saying that there's a lot of people out there that like you'll show them one picture of an animal, and they'll instead of looking at the beauty of said animal, they'll fight over what kind of animal it is for a while.
Are you ready for that? Like, we're gonna do that with mushrooms here in like 3 minutes. And I say we, it's just me. I'm gonna tell you what they all are. Not all of them. Some of them.
But that's the thing is you identified them, that's totally fine. But if I'm showing you something being like, look at this cool fish I saw, they're like, oh, what? They're just staring at, trying to figure out if it's a bluegill. And whoa, I think someone just said that all fish are ugly. What is that?
Hang on, what? Whoa, what? Where?
Fish is all ugly. Someone just said that in the chat.
Who? She? How dare you? Hey! Dang it! That's so mean. Man. I didn't think that I would have my heart so thoroughly crushed today while I'm showing you all my vacation photos. First it was talking smack on the crabs and talking smack on the snails, and now we're talking smack on the fish. Will I show you a single creature here that any of you love? Can we say we love a creature here?
I like the fish.
Thanks, Joby. Joby, I know you like the fish. I'm glad you like the fish. I'm afraid of fish? What do you think the fish is gonna do? He's so little. Look, I'm holding him gently in my hand. He's smaller than an EG hand, which is really small. Do you have a cat or dog pic? No. There are a lot of animals in this PowerPoint, and there's not a cat or a dog anywhere in here at all, even slightly. We traverse many kingdoms of animals here, and some of which you would never imagine. Nowhere will you find a cat or dog. The closest we saw, what were those, wolves? But I don't have a picture of them in here.
We did see wolves. Those were crazy.
Got bit by a fish? What? What kind of fish bit you? Got stung by a jellyfish? Oh, Joby knows how that goes.
Yeah, I got stung by a jellyfish in New Jersey.
Joby, in the span of one day, got abysmally sunburned to the point of becoming a lobster themselves, and also got stung by a jellyfish.
There's a lot of boogie boarding.
Yeah, a lot of boogie boarding so hard. You know, even the jellyfish did not stop you. You boogie boarded, got stung by a jellyfish, dealt with it, went back in and boogie boarded some more. Maybe that was your sign that you should have quit before you turned into a lobber.
A very small child did tell me to pour Coke all over the jellyfish tank.
Did you?
we did, remember? We poured it all over, and because you had to neutralize it with an acid. Right? I thought
it was just that you had to brush them off so they stopped putting it into your body.
Well, you gotta do that, but they say that the acid, because they do that with vinegar. They bring vinegar to
I thought that was one of the parts of it where like
sometimes.
people are like, oh, you should pee on it. I thought that was like the old wives' tale part of it, which isn't true. And
You
the part is you're just supposed to like flush it off your body. So therefore water works
can
just as
pee
well, but
on
it
it.
might not be what I'm thinking.
The peeing does work, but I didn't pee on it. I don't know how you would have peed onto your arm.
Yeah, pee onto your own arm in a public area at the beach. Definitely should not pee on it. Do not pour things other than water on an open jellyfish wound. Yeah, what I'm saying is that I don't think that the liquid matters. I think that you're just trying to flush it. Right?
Yeah,
doesn't work. Warm water does. Yeah, okay, see? Yeah, hot water. Everything else is a myth. Yes.
I don't know.
You did put Coca-Cola onto your wound, and it was okay.
in Surf's Up, they pee on it. Now he steps on a sea urchin.
That's a very different kind of thing to be causing damage to you. A sea urchin, which we did talk about sea urchins yesterday. Yeah.
We did.
Water works. Yeah, no, water works. Do not be misled here. Water is the only option that should be the right option here.
Oh yeah? If water works, why do they sting you in the water? Ever thought about that? Ever thought about that? And then you have to swim all the way back in water. It doesn't seem to flush them out that well. Have you noticed that? I think you need to pour Coke all over it.
Yes, we should pour Coca-Cola. Oh, we've been raided. Hi, Ruka. Welcome in. Jubby is here. I am Squiiji, freelance artist fungi. This is Jubby. Do you have a tagline? I don't think you have a tagline yet, huh?
Believe in nothing. Or sorry, believe in everything.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Jubby. Believe in nothing. Hi, Ruka. How was your stream? Thank you guys for getting the shout out mods also. What were you up to, Ruka? Were you doing, I see you were doing art. Was it more 3D modeling for like VR chat worlds maybe? Or like 3D backgrounds perhaps? I'm remembering potentially maybe? Intriguing. Shroomates, rotate. I see you rotating already. Continue to rotate, please. What were we saying? I don't remember what I was saying actually. Already immediately.
I think we were talking about peeing on wounds.
Oh.
But now we're back to the fish picture.
We are back to fish picture. This is the second day in a row Jubby has mentioned Surf's Up, and I will let you know, I don't think I've visited Jubby's family for a holiday and had Surf's Up either not be mentioned or not be watched in a long time.
Surf's Up, unironically, is like very important to my family.
Yes.
Such a great movie. It's a movie that like...
Surf's Up is like the Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas to my family.
We watched it every year, it is the greatest film. I think it's the best animated film I've ever seen, aside from Spirited Away.
That's high praise. Wow, putting that up with Spirited Away that's really high praise.
I think it's a comfort movie, but it's also like if you watch the movie, there are so many times that like, yeah, man, I mean, Cody's this, Cody's that, but you know, Cody's me, man. Why don't you let me be me?
Yeah, can I get another quote?
There have been a lot of times in my life where things are getting really, really bad. Like I feel like I can't do it. I won't be able to make it. And I think about it, you know, it's like, what did Big Z say? You know, find a way, because that's what winners do.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you do quote that one often also.
Said there was a Jubby question in the chat.
Oh, how do you like the WWE sequel? I've never seen it.
So I did go to a party in grad school where I talked to people about Surf's Up, and I got them so into it that we watched it. I think it was on my birthday we watched Surf's Up. But then...
Oh yeah, you did!
With another group of friends, I convinced them to watch the sequel, and that was really bad. It's not, they didn't get Shia LaBeouf. I don't know why they had all the actors from WWE, but they're not wrestling. No. They're surfing.
Why not get surfers? Sense. Why not get surfers for it?
I like to believe that it isn't real. I like to believe that they didn't make that.
As is the case with many a sequel to an animated film, we like to pretend it's not real. They should stop doing it. Maybe.
And also, Surf's Up has a lot of connection to photo history. And it talks about the kind of farcical nature.
Falsicle. That's my favorite kind of popsicles. The falsicle.
It's they talk about how you can't trust narrative or how deceptive imagery can be.
Okay,
because as you remember, Big Z was alive the whole time.
He was. The camera doesn't tell the truth. That's true. Here, let's
Yeah,
see you
no.
chastise. Oh, it's not you yet. Sorry, it's the box turtle.
Ah,
They're saying you need a real VTuber design. I've been saying I would make Joby a VTuber design for a long time, and then still have not found the opportunity to do it.
yeah.
Joby, I need you to just come sit over my shoulder while I design you, so that way you can tell me yes and no, because that's why I haven't done it.
We've done that.
We have. I've had you sit over my shoulder to look at things before, but we never got to like a concrete, like decent. Like I need you to sit with me while I draw it, like so you can give me the live commentary on it.
Yeah, we can do that.
But box turtle.
Let me. You talk about the box turtle. I gotta find out where I put my drink.
There was nothing more to say about the box turtle other than that it existed. Mention a line that's inspired you.
Make some stuff up for a second.
Wait. Do you hear that? Joby's headphones? I have to mute you. Joby's headphones are outputting. Well, hang on. We'll wait for that. Joby's headphones are outputting my voice into the headphone. Oh, Joby's here. We did have a little bit of feedback loop happening there. I ended it. Don't worry. Joby's head is protecting us from the feedback loop. Joby, you're next. It's you.
Yeah, let's see him.
Box turtle's cute. We just happened to see the box turtle out the window, but up next we have Joby slurping liquid. Joby chastising a crab.
I did kind of have to yell at that crab because he was. I don't remember what he did.
He was too easy to catch, is why we had to yell at him. We were telling him to have better self-preservation skills because he really didn't run away from us and he wouldn't get off your hand. He just really wanted to continue hanging out with you. You like put your hand to the ground and shook around a little bit. He just stayed on there. He wanted to be your bestie, he wanted to hang out with you.
And there's a very beautiful photo of me holding the crab, and it's probably the best picture I've had taken of me in a long time. But then I thought it'd be very funny to have one where it looked like I was yelling at him.
Yeah, tell him off, put him in his place, let him know who's boss here.
He was too cute.
That's true. That's a problem, and you had to let him know.
That's what it was.
Crab decided you're its pet now, or did it decide it's your pet? He did want to stick around and hang out for some reason. The crab was vibing.
I mean, he's a good dude.
He was a good dude. What is the other image I have on this? I can't remember. Where's my mouse? Hello? Oh, there's my mouse. Crabby. Oh, other crab. This is a Maryland blue crab, but in the state of Virginia. Look, it's the Otakon guy himself. He came to greet me and remind me that I had work to do while I was on vacation. But he isn't our crab trap. We had this problem with the crab traps that we had, which is that we'd catch crabs and we'd put the trap back in the water to wait for more crabs to show up, and the crabs would dematerialize and cease to exist in the same mortal coil as we do. We'd pull the trap back up and there'd be nothing in it anymore.
They kept getting in and out. The one thing is these were very small crabs.
Yes, the traps also definitely were not in the greatest of shape.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at them. I mean, they're rotting. They were, and I kept telling everybody,
Yeah.
I was like, it's not gonna work. And we were tying them back up with wire, and
they kept, every time we'd pull them out, I'd be like, we need to move these crabs to a second location if you want to hang on to the crabs.
And it was one of those things where they were saying, like, are we gonna eat them? And then someone was like, no, we couldn't do that.
No, we
And
can't eat
like,
them.
okay,
Couldn't possibly.
then let's stop. If you want to,
Why are we torturing them?
We can throw meat into the water.
Yeah, just throw the chicken out there.
Because that's essentially what we're doing.
Yeah,
we're
feeding them, but we wanted to observe them, so we lured them into a little cage so we could pull them out of the water and look at them, and then put them back and let them vanish, I guess.
This is one of those situations where we actually just gave them one of the most insane dining experiences they've ever had.
Yeah, dinner and a show.
It was a conceptual restaurant.
For the crab, yeah. We provided them a meat column suspended in a wire cage, and then as a part of their dinner, they had to be lured physically up out of the water onto the shore, stared at on a dock by about, 8 people, and then lowered back in so they could resume eating. And then they were allowed to leave.
Someone in the chat said, I want that hair.
Your hair?
I can't tell if they meant they want to shave my head and take my hair.
That's probably what they mean. They take my hair. That's a compliment, though. Joby has really nice hair. I'll tell you all of that right now. Joby has really nice hair, and I'm jealous because Joby has wavy hair, and my hair looks like someone used paint to paint it onto my skull. Just like this! Just like that. See, you can have my hair, but you can't take Joby's hair. If I make Joby a VTuber model, don't worry. I'll let you steal Joby's hair, too.
I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna step out. I'm gonna close the headphone though.
Oh, so does it make the sound? See if that works.
Let's see if that works.
Okay, thanks. I think that worked. Yes, it did. There we go. I know some bossy folks who would pay thousands of whatever money for that experience. I will build that experience. Maybe that'll be my money-making scheme. I need a cool money-making scheme so I can not be poor and do fun things that I want to do. So maybe I will lock rich people into a cage and let them eat from a chicken column, and then have a lot of people come stare at them from like over top, and they can do it underwater, so they have to hold their breath, and then I have to pull them up through the water and put them on a big wooden plank, and then they can leave after that. Yeah, the crab trip. Hit it rich restaurant, yes. Immersive experience. Pretend you are a crab. I'll give them like blue leggings and armbands they have to wear because they can pretend to truly be the Maryland blue crab. What kind of necklace does Joby have on? Just like a silver, like simple chain necklace. I don't think Joby's a pendant on their necklace at all. Yeah. Phone's hearing the stream on speaker. I'm getting crab ads. Hey. If the worst of the advertisements we're getting right now is crabs, that's pretty good, I have to say. There have been all kinds of weird ads haunting the space recently. So I feel like a crab ad is actually a blessing in many ways. I would take a crab ad over many other things also. I've seen some strange ones. Whoa. Dizzy. Okay. Hello. Cat food ads? Don't you dare. Cat food ads are fine. Did you ever see the video of the Lark NCL singer saying, I scare the crowd if they like the crab? No. That's another, I don't know how to say that band's name. Visual K. I have not seen that, but I can Google it. I can look that up at some point. What is the bit about it? What do they do? How do you say that? I know it's like French, but I don't know how to say those words. I don't have a cat though, and it's one ad. Oh, that's fine. It's good? Okay. Hey, I ad yesterday. Ew, gross. Not where I'm from. I wish Twitch let me tell them no for certain things. YouTube does. Twitch does. If they're allowed to put an ad on TV, they're allowed to put it on my stream. Which I guess is the way it goes. Just because you see an ad on some channel doesn't mean the people who are the actors endorse the ad, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I guess, but... Hi, Dip! Here is... Snake! Snake warning! Snake warning. Oh, his head is behind Joby. I have to hide Joby for a second. I got called outside. My father and my mother were going, E.G., snake! And I was like, yeah! I tore it up, raced outside. Big old black rat snake hanging out in a bush. He wasn't in the bush the whole time either. He was actually slithering on the ground. Do you know how long this snake is? This is like a 6-foot long snake. Freaking huge rat snake. Crazy scale big rat snake. I did not see a badger, unfortunately. Oh,
yeah.
Hi, Joby, in my ear.
He was a good snake. Really, really, really big.
Really big. Very chill. He was just hanging. He was letting us take videos of him. He was pretending to be a scary snake. He was doing the thing where he pulls his head back. Look, he's gonna like strike you. But he's not gonna do that. He was just chilling in the bush. He's so cool. Yeah, they're very chill. Rat snakes are pretty docile. They don't really do much. I probably could have picked him up, but I was like, I'm not gonna bug him. He doesn't deserve that in his day today. He does not need to be lifted. He was also probably longer than I was tall, so I don't know if that would have been a very good idea.
Snakes aren't really that dangerous. They can't eat much. They eat eggs.
Some of them
mice.
do. Yeah, some of them do that also. We thought I never thought, but we went to Joby's uncle's cabin a couple weekends ago, and there was a snake that was almost kind of stepped on, kind of almost, but like not really, just in the walking path of us. And everyone thought, copperhead.
Have you ever seen the video? There's a video online. Why
are you laughing so hard already?
I might be messing this story up, but there's a video online of a guy who wanted to be eaten alive by a snake. It was like a challenge.
What?
Yeah. And he's like getting eaten by the snake, and then like halfway through he starts freaking out. So the snake has him like all the way up by like the entire body, like has him the whole way up.
Where do you, I have so many questions. Where do you source a snake of that size? Who approved of this happening? The person just decided to die? that snake did not deserve that also either. Like, that's gotta be harming that snake grievously.
Yeah, he didn't deserve it. However, what's funnier, but I mean, it's not really funny. But
I was gonna say, that's not, I don't think that's funny to me. That's sad.
It's kind of funny.
You don't deserve it.
Well, I mean, he didn't deserve it. I'm not saying it's funny. The only part that is funny is, sorry, I'm also playing Magic the Gathering right now.
My God. If you're gonna be here, you gotta concentrate, okay?
My fault.
You can't multitask playing Magic the Gathering while you're yapping here.
I'm conceding.
When we do, you can play Magic the Gathering on stream, like, next week if you would. Actually, not next week, the following week. When I'm doing art fight attacks. You can do it. You can do that then. I'll invite you back for yapping while we attack people in art fight.
The point is,
but not right now.
The guy's getting swallowed by this giant snake, and he doesn't like react to it until he's halfway in. And my logic is, I would probably start freaking out. Number one, I wouldn't do it, but the fact that he freaked out halfway through, he's almost all the way in.
Okay.
And then he starts like, in the video, let me see if I can find the video.
Okay. You still haven't explained what the point of it was.
I don't know why he did it. I don't know why did people launch themselves into space and go to the moon? I don't know, but we do it to be the first to have done something. You know what I mean?
I guess. It seems like Selma has the tail here on it. Or, yeah. So they couldn't find the snake in the wild, so they got a tame one, and it took a long time for him to try and eat him, and yeah, a lot of people were angry. Okay. That's fair. That's a good summary for me. That's more or less all I need to know about it. More positivity? This head makes more sense. Last time I was here, the head was a mess of jumbled tentacles. Oh, they Eldritch EG'd me for sure. That is what you saw the last time you witnessed me for sure. But thank you. I'm glad you like my design. I made it to myself. And this is my partner Joby who is here. And this is screenshot. That's a good greeting. Thanks. This is a screenshot of Joby's voxel model that I made them like 2 years ago. That doesn't even really look like you anymore.
I mean, I just got a haircut. So
yeah, your hair's not that long anymore, I guess. Yeah.
I'm trying to grow it out to that length, but it's I've had many haircuts since then.
Yeah, you did have your hair lit on fire, and I do think that did set you back just a little bit on the hair.
Did you tell the shroommates about my hair catching on fire?
No, but we can tell that later. We gotta get through my PowerPoint. We can do miscellaneous stories after we get through this PowerPoint, because we still haven't gotten to most of the things I was aiming to talk about. We have not spoken once of magic yet, and it's 3:30 already. On fire what? Yes. Also, hi, Haunted Butters, Lizard. I almost said ladder. Hello to your ladder also. People was made for Snake, and that he was eaten by the snake, like you know the name of the show. Yeah, don't... Yeah, we should perhaps see, speaking of the evil snake event.
I'm looking it up, snake.
Yeah. No, you don't need to. We're done with the evil snake event. Hey, shroommates, what mushroom is this? You should know what mushroom this is, shroommates. Maybe, theoretically, hopefully. I hope. I beg. What mushroom is this?
That's a Copernicus. Phyrexian toxic deck time. Nice. We're already talking magic.
Not yet. Hang on. Stop. Pause. White and grows in lawns are both not incorrect, but they're not the answer. Shroommates, I expect you to know at least one mushroom kind.
Ooh, me. I know. It's a shiitake.
Shroommates, do any of you have the answer? Yeah, Copernicus, the astronomer. Haunted Butter has gotten it, and is the only one I think I saw who got it. It is an inky cap. It's me. It's my species. Come on, you guys don't even know me when you see me. This is Copernicus myceus. It's got both stages of its life form. It's got the emergent stage, and it's got the stage where the underside of the cap is turning black and dripping. Can't see the ink? That's why they're black on the inside. Maybe we're not close enough to it, but I saw this from like 40 feet away, and I was like, that's an inky cap mushroom. So I have to help all of you to figure out what an inky cap mushroom is, also from 40 feet away. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you did say my siblings. You're right, Selma. You were also correct. Don't worry. And this was in Colonial Williamsburg. There were a lot of mushrooms observed on this trip. Here's more mushrooms we observed on this trip. We got the Tomentos stipe, gently striated cap. I didn't identify this one. Aren't most mushrooms dark inside? I wouldn't say that. I think most mushrooms, I mean, I guess it depends where you live, but where we are, most mushrooms are white on the inside. Very few of them aren't. Most of them are brown on the outside. So when they're brown, they're LBM. Little brown mushroom.
These are the only ones we saw that I was allowed to eat.
Joby scarfed down every single one of these in one mouthful. That gif that somebody had posted of the guy chewing under my snail photo was eating those. I'm lying.
Yeah, don't eat those mushrooms.
I need to not. I like it hurts my soul if I play along with you lying. Don't eat these things, please. Do not eat any mushrooms you find.
I think.
My uncle asked me. We saw an Amanita species, Amanita leminosa, the lemon one, and my uncle was like, "Oh, will I see like funny shapes and patterns if I eat this?" And I said, "No, you will see God if you eat that."
Yeah.
No, do not put the mushroom in your mouth.
1,000% most mushrooms you can't eat.
Yes, the safe assumption to make is if it's a mushroom, you can't eat it.
Which is so sad.
It's not even that all mushrooms are poisonous. I don't even think half of mushrooms are poisonous. Even. But there's so many of them that are inedible where they're just gonna make you mildly uncomfortable and they don't taste good, so it's just not worth it. Like, they're not poisonous as in you die, but they may be poisonous as in you vacate your bowels quickly, soon. We have mushrooms that go blue if you touch them here. Yeah, are they Boletus mushrooms? The ones that bruise blue when they oxidate? We have those too. I think that's actually right here. Is it this? Are these the ones you're talking of? Opposite here, so many are edible? I mean, there's a lot that are edible here, but it's better safe than sorry, and all the LBMs are more or less not great. Yeah. A bolete! He does look like a pancake, but like a hot cross bun. What were you gonna say, Joby?
I just think that back in the day, like in the caveman, when cavemen were kind of running the show there for a bit.
Yeah, running the earth, running the town.
You were kind of judged on your ability to put things into your mouth and not die.
That's true. You were seen as a much cooler guy if you put the thing into your mouth and you survived the next morning. They loved that when you did that.
I always try and sit back and think about what was the first guy got hungry and his immediate reaction was, I'm gonna take this thing that I found on the ground and put it in my mouth.
Yeah.
And then the first guy that got thirsty saw a body of water and was like, yep, I'm gonna go and put my head under that and just start gulping.
Yummy.
And some guy did it in the right order to figure out how to live.
That's true. Trial and error, where the error does result in not being around anymore. Because yeah, you can do everything once. You can eat it once. You can drink the stagnant water once. And yes, I did say that like we were there because I'm a mushroom. I've been around for so many years. I was there. I witnessed it. I watched them all do that. They decided to not eat me, which was a good move on their part.
And think about how many people had to eat. Like, so many people would have been like, yeah, you can eat those things that look like, I was trying to describe a mushroom, but I don't really know how to describe them.
Yeah, you can eat those things that look like mushrooms.
You can eat those things that look like, but you can eat, like a guy holds up mushrooms to another caveman. It's like, you can eat these things because I ate it and didn't die. And then there's a billion of these things that if you do eat, you do die.
You do die.
I wonder how many cavemen died trying to figure out the right ones. And now
We're pretty lucky.
Years later.
We're pretty lucky now that I think about it that, you know, if you kill an animal to eat it, as long as like you don't like let the meat go like rancid or anything, you can eat the meat of like any land creature pretty much safely, right? I can't think of anything you couldn't. Not that it tastes good, but
anything with worms, like anything like a I think you can eat. What's the thing? Can't possums not die? Like they can die, but they can't. Possums don't.
You heard it here, folks. Possums are immortal. They cannot die. We've never eaten a possum ever before.
Possums have like a thing where their body temperatures keep them so warm that they can't get like sick. Isn't that the thing?
Possums, because their body temperature is lower, I believe,
That's it. Yes.
Yeah, than most other mammals, they can't get rabies, is what you're thinking of, I believe.
But if you eat like a raw ferret or raccoon or possum, you're gonna get worms.
Well, yeah, you can't eat them raw, so I guess the trial and error there for meat was just don't eat it raw. But once you figure out the trial and error of that, then it's not like mushrooms where each mushroom's a gamble whether you cook it or not. If you cook meat and eat it, you're gonna be okay, more or less. Bear meat, have to cook it because it's infested with trichinosis parasites. Yeah, most things are gonna have some kind of parasite. Do not eat undercooked pork, I beg of all of you. Not good. But yeah, most animals do not have poison in their flesh, although I do see Komodo dragons would like to disagree. Seagulls would like to disagree. Can you not eat seagull meat? I wouldn't eat any of these things. This is a strange conversation to have as somebody who doesn't eat meat.
I've actually never eaten a seagull, so...
Personally, I haven't either. In all the things I have biodegraded in my time on planet Earth, never a seagull. Can you elaborate on this? I'm Googling this, actually. Can you eat seagulls?
1,000% you could eat it. You probably would die or get something from it.
They carry diseases and parasites. Oh yeah, eating scavengers is not usually smart, I guess.
They just asked, has Jubby had snake or alligator meat? I have had both.
You have?
For my birthday, my sister purchased me
yeah, I remember.
exotic jerkies.
Yeah, unusual jerky.
They were very good. The sad thing was I did not eat the shark ones because I had moral conniptions with that. But I guess I should have moral conniptions about all of them. But
I know.
Alligator,
we just talked about crabs being so cute.
And I'd eat them in a heartbeat. They taste delicious.
Eat a million crab.
But they, yeah, I mean, alligator meat and snake meat both taste actually very good. I mean, they all taste like meat. I mean, they don't really have a distinct flavor. They're not very gamey.
Mythbusters proved that they don't all taste like chicken. Also, they all taste distinctly different. Apparently, some of them are really gross, but I guess they didn't cook them all that well either when they thought it was gross.
Someone just asked if I ate crab or frog legs. No, I have not.
Yeah, I don't think either of us has said frog legs. The weirdest thing I had was escargot, which I don't think you had.
I've never had escargot. I would try it though. Let's keep going. I'm getting off topic.
I just wanted to pat some mushrooms on the head, but I don't desire to eat escargot. Snails are cute and friends, and they don't taste that good, so it's not worth it. Worth it.
David Foster Wallace wrote a very wonderful paper about.
At first, when you said that, I thought you were reading the name of somebody who was Busch roommate in the chat.
The guy that wrote Infinite Jest, one of the more famous postmodernist novels, they decided to send him upstate to Maine to review like a lobster cooking competition. And I don't know why they did it. It was like an editorial thing. And when he came back, he had like a 40-page ethical, moral question about the efficacy of boiling lobsters alive.
Yeah.
And bringing up that the only animals we do that to is frogs and lobsters.
That is true.
Consider the lobster. It's a great read.
Yeah, do consider the lobster.
I'll still eat a lobster though.
Edward has gifted a sub to David Foster Wallace.
There you go.
Thank you for gifting a sub, Edward. Can we rotate? David Foster Wallace, if you're out there, hello. We appreciate your ratings on the lobster. Joey, are you in the Twitch chat? Are you capable of rotating?
I don't know how to do that. But
that's
we
fair.
Are here. We're hanging
true.
out.
Alligator and crocodile are said to taste like chicken because they're all dinosaur descendants. So they'll technically taste like dinosaur. I swear the Mythbusters had decreed that upon the blind taste testing, they could tell that like alligator and crocodile and snake weren't the same because the meat has a very different texture.
Yeah, I'm sure there's been a couple 100,000 years of evolution to make them texturally different, but
yeah,
I'm sure. I mean, we don't taste like well, I don't know what humans taste like, but I'm sure we taste
it's a good thing
different
to admit
than our descendants.
Don't shellfish start going bad a few seconds after they die? Is that? I don't think that's true. I've eaten raw oysters before.
It is true. Shellfish have this kind of, they have a chemical process that it just makes it taste bad after it. That's why you're that's why you're supposed to cook them alive, sadly.
Oh,
is
okay.
That you
because
boil
it's
them and then
fresher.
immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why you aren't supposed to have, I did work in a fish market for a bit.
That's true. Also, Jubby is not subbed on Twitch because Jubby does not use Twitch.
I don't use Twitch.
That is the reason why.
Someone tried to get me to link my Twitch. Someone tried to get me to make a Twitch to link my Amazon to get a free copy of Fallout 76.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. Oh, I should have linked mine so I could have gotten a free copy.
That took so long
have
that
one.
I gave up. I don't have a Twitch thing. It's not even hard to do. It's just I
Didn't do it properly.
I didn't want to do it.
That's fair. That's fair. No, hang on. We're chanting no to something. It is true. Monkey meat can be eaten. Don't eat things. Do not eat the brains of things. Period. Ever. We do not need to get prion diseases. Even me, as the humble decomposer, I avoid the brain. I will eat all the other parts of the creature, but not the brain. I say as if I'm not vegetarian.
That's why I only eat jellyfish. Jellyfish ain't got no brain.
Rose Lullaby and Toxic Toes, thank you guys for following. I almost said a sentence.
What are you gonna say?
Issue with lobster and crabs specifically is that bacteria breaks down their flesh very fast. Oh, I see. Yeah. EG is anti-zombie. Don't get prions diseases. Don't get mass wasting. Don't do these things. But those mushrooms were really pretty, weren't they? Don't eat brains. Oh, that's why I'm a zombie. Yeah. Don't eat brains. It's not good for you. It's not swell. I almost said a joke, which was, so no brain.
Yeah, that's a great one. That's a good bit.
But I shouldn't say that. That's mildly inappropriate. Joby brings out the side of me that is not usually on stream.
Right.
How do you like this image?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Wow.
I'm hiding you for a second.
Are you the... Wait. Are you the guy? You're the... Well, gosh.
Yeah. I'm not him. No. I'm All Might, who is not that one.
What? This is
Cement
a
doesn't
great
have
board
brains,
game.
so eat cement.
Just because it doesn't have brains doesn't mean it eats cement, Gary. Wrong. I'm not Deku.
I'm pretty sure in the context of that show, which I watched 1 or 2 episodes of, he is All Might. He is he's in the body of All Might, right?
No. I unfortunately have watched the first season of it because 2 people that were very involved in my life, it's like kind of the opposite. He gets All Might's ability, but it's kind of killing him, I think.
I love this because I'm sure I'm just trying to say all the wrong stuff because it makes the chat go crazy. Someone immediately said, "What are you saying?"
That is Amber, my mom.
I'm just joking.
It breaks his fingers and hands to do it. See, I will say the benefit, my mods are very smart and knowledgeable, and they are much more engaged in the internet than I am, so I will say things that are just totally false, and Amber always has the right answer.
Yeah.
No, Amber's not just a someone! That's why I put the correction in here.
I do remember my favorite part of that show was, what was it? So it's Deku, his friend Bakugan.
I would not call that a friend of his, I don't think, from my understanding of the show.
There's the one girl in it called, what's her name?
Her name is like Octavio or something.
No. It's like Jujutsu
No.
Kaisen, I think it's her name.
You watched Jujutsu Kaisen, you can't even say that.
I'm messing with him. All right.
Her name's Ochako? What?
I'm just messing
Oh, you're right. Is that guy's name is not Bakugan. I know his name is not Bakugan.
His name is Bakugan.
That's what I call him, but that's not his name. And then there's the guy whose name that I kept thinking was Krishna, but that's not what his name is either. He's the redhead.
My favorite part of this is we're never
only
gonna
characters
talk
I know.
At all about
the image we're showing. No. Bakugo and Uruka? Okay, I believe you. I watched the first season of this show at one point in time.
His name is Bakugo. They're writing it in all capital letters.
We've upset them.
Oh man. Well.
Oh, Ochako's the last name. Okay, so I wasn't fully wrong about that one. Okay. Or no, me saying her name was Octavio, I think, is actually fully wrong then.
This is a good depiction of your father in here.
Right?
All these are pretty good representations.
Right? So this image you're seeing here, Shoemates, are you aware of the game? We don't call it the right name in my family. The game's called Talk, I think. T-O-C-K, I think. We call it Tuck because you tuck your little orbs into your corner you're supposed to be in. It is like Sorry, the game's Sorry, but with more rules and with teams and played with playing cards. Have you ever heard of this game? It was really fun. Ludo? Never heard of it either. Is Ludo another game that does a similar thing?
it's a from what they were saying
Googling Ludo.
when they were describing it to me was that it's
Oh.
based loosely off of a Canadian
Yeah.
game, but there's
Yeah, mayhaps. Yeah, my favorite character from My Hero Academia is the Great Deku Tree.
yeah.
They turned Karn into the Great Deku Tree! Not to talk about magic again, accidentally.
I'm editing my Magic deck right now.
Good, okay, good. So you're rotating with Orb. Yeah, so here's my family. Here is Fungi Father, who I made an Irutsutoya of for a TikTok once. So his depiction is really one-to-one accurate. There is a joke in my family that my cousin looks like the default man emoji.
He don't look like that. He don't
I
look
know,
like-
he doesn't now. When he was a little kid, he did.
He's not blonde though. That's
he was blonde when he was a kid. His hair got darker when he got older. Because my aunt also was a blonde also, but her hair, her hair is graying, so now she dyes her hair darker also. But my cousin, the default man emoji, me, this is the face I'm making in this photo. I'm on a team with my uncle and father, and Joby and my cousin and my aunt, who is standing up to take the photo, are on a team. I'll have you know, I won 2 out of 3 games in this, and this game takes like hours and hours and hours to play. But I feel like this would be a good game for VTubers to play if they have
It's
it
a
on like
good game.
Tabletop Simulator. Like, it's a good game to stream because you talk smack, and you talk other things, and everyone's trying to keep track of what they're doing and trying to communicate with each other. How far away from winning are we? We're still pretty far from winning, I think, right now.
yeah.
Joby also had a curse. Oh, this is also my uncle, who does look very similar to this emoji also.
I had a curse while I was there
Yeah.
that I just like could not win a game.
No.
Like I couldn't win Magic. I couldn't win.
We played copious amounts of Uno. It was so good. We played so much Uno.
And what's what's funny about all these games is most of them are all
They're
all
luck.
luck based.
Yeah.
They're, like,
Uno,
that's why I was like-
Magic, Tuck. Like, they are all, it's all in the heart of the cards. And the heart of the cards was not here for you. Oh, wait, you're hiding still. Sorry, hang on.
It's
I'm back.
it's okay. More of the fun is playing the game.
Yes, this is true. We play Uno with extra steps, which is that we play Uno with jump in and with slapping on 6s. I don't know what
slap
I don't know
on
what
6.
others are, but yeah, better Uno in relation to our VR chat, it was definitely the better Uno, not the normal Uno. None of those Unos were good though.
I believe that the jump in mechanic makes it fun.
Yes.
Slap on a 6 is also very good. Calling
is.
someone else's Uno
Yeah.
is good.
Diabolical. Also, we had to make a rule so that if you were slapping on something that wasn't a 6 to try and rile people up, you had to draw a card, which then did also become if you slapped it all for any reason, including frustration at trying to draw more or having to draw cards or any reason, you had to draw a card also. Magic the Gathering, luck based, my mono blue deck would like to have a word with you. My mono blue deck would like to have a
My
word with
mono
all of you
blue
also.
Have you explained to them my mono?
No, but you can when we
my
get there.
Commander.
Yeah, oh, we'll
Alright,
get there.
well
We will get there. So we played a lot of games on this trip. We played 3 games of this because it does take a couple hours to play it. And then we played a heaping quantity of Uno, like easily more than 50 to 100 games of Uno. I won a lot of those games. My aunt also won a lot of those games. Jubby, I don't think won a single game.
Yeah, what can you
Magic
do?
was, or the luck was down. It was rough. I believe next we are going to get into Magic, theoretically maybe. Yes. So here's Jubby. Look, it's you first. You will be covering your own
There we
thing.
go.
Let me turn off my notes so we can see. So we played a lot of Magic. My cousin is really into Magic.
So
He has got to tour their headquarters. He got to help design a card. My cousin is involved in Magic.
I have played Magic for about 10 years off and on. I take about a 4-year gap in between getting really into it. But this trip really did get me back into it.
In a big way.
In a big way. So a lot of my decks try to orient around like they're trying to be like a tribal situation. So they're more of the actual like capability of the deck is building up some sort of like lore. That's what I like to do.
Joby builds themed decks, so which is what I'm doing also now.
I build a mushroom deck. Before we
We're even
Dude,
in speaking with each other.
Yeah, I think we weren't even dating at that point when I made the mushroom deck, but that was a good, mushrooms was a themed one, elves, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But one of the ones I had in the back of my mind for a long time was it would be very funny to make a crab deck. And then the gods heard my call, and they made Cherex the Raging Isle, a Leviathan crab, legendary creature.
Look at him. He's lovely.
He's a great little commander Voltron strategy. So you're trying to put a bunch of crazy things onto him. He's a 0/17.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the only thing about Cherex and a Voltron strategy is they're not really how I like to play the game. I love to play a deck that is doing a lot of stuff. Like I built a zombie deck recently that's just nothing but token generating and killing opponents.
Yeah.
But this one is I don't know, it's a fun way of playing. It's like, how can I make a creature that is, I don't know, a 20/20 that's unblockable that I can just swing at people is pretty cool.
Yeah. Also, booster box gifts. Joby did buy me as a gift the Final Fantasy, but that's not a booster box. What was that? Or was it?
That was well, the thing with the new set. I'm confused because what I used to buy as products back in the day are not around anymore. I used to buy deck builder toolkits and fat packs is what they were called. Which is like, you got like 9 packs, so you'd spend like $40 as opposed to $200 for the booster box. The new one, Final Fantasy has booster boxes, but you don't get as many in it, and they're expensive. So it's like, I think I got you what is the modern day equivalent of a fat pack, which is just like, it's like 9 packs in a small case.
Yeah. It was nice though. It came with a nice little box and everything. I enjoyed it. Oh, hi Billy. Billy's here. Also, thank you for a snack. I will have a snack. I'll have a little fish. And I just took a sip of my icy, but I'll take another sip of my icy. Thank you.
I did.
And I will also stretch. W, you have to do all these things also while I'm doing them. You have to eat a snack and hydrate and stretch.
I don't have. I have my gum in right now, and I'm drinking some tea. But that's about it.
The only game I get into is Yu-Gi-Oh! Trying to get into their card game goes like, what do you mean eternally format isn't the default? Well, that's why we play Commanders, because I do not subscribe to Standard, and I will not buy things just to be able to continue to be able to play legally. We play Modern every once in a while, but we mostly just play Commander as a result.
Yeah, the sad part about Magic, and this was something we were talking about the other day, was that it's the standard Modern sets are kind of getting like, I don't want to say anything negative about it. It's very fun, but it's been a lot of like.
They used to be in some ways.
They're rehashing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
They're doing collaborations,
which is, I will say, is cool. They have done collaborations that I like.
But I think that Modern was fun because you got to play with such a large library of cards. Yeah. And Commander makes sense as the kind of thing that everyone loves because you get to play with. You get to play with multiple cards. You get one of each card. Yeah, you don't have to. If you need, if I need my Vampiric Tutor, I don't have to spend $200 to have 4 copies in my deck for that. I could just spend 50. That's the thing that like I think that Commander is something that allows people to get. It also allows you to have the part of the engine you can always have. Yeah. Which is nice because there's nothing worse than playing Standard and it just. You can't do anything. You're just stuck. Because usually, how I've always built a deck was like I found a card that I thought was cute or cool or interesting, and you try and build it around that, and then you play the deck, and then you don't grab that card. It's like there are still parts of the Commander deck that I've yet to play because we never got to it.
I know. It's like, we'll talk about my disaster of a deck when we get to it, but I do need to specify on this trip, I believe Jubby and my cousin, at the very least, played Magic almost every single night we were there for between 2 and 5 hours. I think most of the nights. I think we missed 2 nights because of the going to Water Country and going to Busch Gardens. Yeah. That was it, but yeah. Hi, Cyberspook. We are talking about Magic the Gathering.
It's a game that I don't usually always get to play, and it's... I have all the thing that's weird though, which was really funny, is we didn't even mention this, but your cousin made 8 Commander decks and had 1 Modern deck,
Yes.
And I had 1 commander deck and like 8 modern
Yes.
decks. So
my cousin
was, like-
also, because my cousin is so into Magic and has also been so into Magic for the last like 6 or 7 years, never without any, like, no stop in that way. Every single one of those decks very well may be like competitive decks. They are ridiculous, they are fine-tuned, and they're painful.
Yeah. I just built a modern. I just built a new commander deck that I'm very excited about. But it's one of those things. The fun of the game for me is that you get to like go to stores and talk to people and watch them build, and you can find the cards. But the issue is, especially if you're in a major city or something like that, you'd think that there'd be more product. There's actually not. You want to go to like suburbs for that stuff because they'll have more product that isn't easily bought enough. So I had to buy stuff on the internet, and that it's gonna take me like 7 more days until that deck is finished because they all have to come in the mail.
Wait, hang on. Ken has said something that I do need to address, which is that the only thing I know about Magic is that there is a Final Fantasy collab. True, it is a collaboration, so they're not getting sued. That it is, or no copyright issue. It is a collaboration, and also that Post Malone has the One Ring. So
yes.
I have a thing to say in relation to this, which is that the cousin in question who was on this trip with us, if you think I live under a rock, you're ready. There's another thing coming. This man did not know of any, he couldn't, 2 years ago, he's better now, but 2 years ago, he couldn't list you any bands that existed other than Sabaton and Iron Maiden.
I mean, the guy has interest.
There's reasons. There's reasons why that's true. But no, my cousin is not Post Malone.
No,
that would be wild. But my cousin and I were talking about the game, like Magic, and my cousin was talking about the Command Zone, the YouTube channel, and was like, yeah, like one of my favorite players to watch on there is Post Malone, because he's always got like vintage decks and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, isn't it so funny that he's so into Magic? And my cousin was like, why would it be funny? He's a Magic player. And I thought he was just being like, oh yeah, you're right, like, you know, it's not weird to be into Magic in the modern era. That's totally fine for him. And my cousin's just getting more and more confused about my reaction. And eventually I get to a point where I'm like, Post Malone. The rapper Post Malone?
the famous
renowned
musician.
Huh? My cousin was like, oh, I was wondering why he had tattoos all over his face. And I was like, what? You know of Post Malone because he plays on the Command Zone, not because he's a rapper?
Yeah, that was very funny.
I was losing it. He denies it vehemently now because he was embarrassed, but I was like losing my mind about it. My sister was laughing so hard.
But what's funny is that if you watch those Command Zone things, he's legitimately an amazing player.
He is really good. He owns the One Ring. He owns the one ring.
Wait,
paid a lot for it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be totally frank with you.
Hi Frank, it's nice to meet you.
I was not interested in the One Ring or the Lord of the Rings set.
No,
So I don't get the deal. Did they really only make one copy of that card?
There is one, correct me if I'm wrong here, there is one copy of the One Ring that is written in, I don't think it's in Elvish, but it's written in the language that is written on the ring. And it's like a hollow, like mythic, full art, whatever, like put all of the words together. It is just, there's only one copy of it. Yeah, Elvish or Black Speech, yeah. Yes, Post Malone from the Command Zone is some kind of music man, I can confirm it. It's not Simlish.
Because I was gonna say, I play against it in a lot of decks on
there are
app,
copies. Like there is the One Ring that is like a card that there were a lot of copies of, but there is a different version that is the One Ring. There's different ones. I think it's even the one that in that ad you showed me where they have Elijah Wood talking about it. I think it's even the one he's holding in that ad is the one we're talking about.
It's
so there's one special fancy one. Yeah.
It's a good game.
Cards you can't read because of fantasy language or a strange choice. I know, we were talking about Phyrexian the other day. It's a Vine cipher. Language. It's beautiful. It's so fantastic. Do you know who I need to corner to talk about this world's lore? Is probably Amontas.
I
Got an anthropology person in here.
just started watching a video where they were breaking down the lore of Magic, because that's something that I've always thought was more interesting sometimes than even playing the game. It's just like the lore of it from a conceptual standpoint.
I knew
But the
none
issue
of.
is, well, this guy is trying to do it in an hour and a half, breaking it all down. But the problem is that I didn't realize that the sets all take place like out of order.
Oh.
There are things
non-chronological storytelling.
they like went back, and it's like about time rifts, so there's like time issues and time bending and mending, and it's really and again too much at times, but like it's, you know, it's interesting. I like the universe, and the Phyrexian language is dope.
It is
the
dope.
Coolest, I would say.
You can. The best part of it was the fact that you can only read it because it's written vertically when you tap the card. An attack, which is to do with the mechanic of the game. I would like
this one.
So cool.
There's this one guy. What is his name? Ristic Studies or on YouTube who does really great video essays breaking it down. But he brought it up, and I was reading in the comment section where he talks about it, where he's like, it's amazing that you can only read it when it's tapped and when the card is exploited, which is kind of the whole point of those characters, is using people.
They're so cool. I will say though, from somebody who is like not good at I'm not very good at Magic. I'll admit that freely. I don't remember what my cards do. I have to read them. That'd be terrible for me. I need to read the card to know what it does. Joby, I realized we'll get to see what my deck was. I realized that I missed an entire ability of one of my commanders and just ignored it totally.
Oh, I know.
While we were playing. Which I'm sure you knew, and I'm sure you weren't telling me because you wanted to win. I still outlived you, but like...
the idea is, you have to, that's why...
Don't pay attention, I'm too easily distracted.
We'll talk about your deck.
Yeah,
we'll talk about your deck.
Next, we have to talk about my fungi father, who...
Oh yeah.
Fungi father, last year on our family vacation, plastered drunk. Whoa, geez, ear blast. Thanks, Joby.
I sneezed, my fault.
Right into the microphone. Fungi father, plastered drunk. This is like the second to last night of our trip last year. And last year, our family trip was riddled with issues, miscellaneous struggles, and strange things. Fungi father, while very drunk, said, deal me in, I want to play this game. I just want to destroy things. How do I kill the things?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, here. We were doing this really strange thing that we have a tendency to do, which is playing standard or like modern, I guess. But like 3 of us all at once, not just playing 2 people. So Jubby, my cousin, and my father were playing modern against each other, but playing it kind of like you would against like opponents in Commander, where you're picking different people to fight. My father has no clue what he's doing. I am coaching him over his shoulder. He's using my Teferi deck, my mono blue, my beautiful, beloved, my modern deck that does not lose, actually. That deck only wins. Jubby starts that game by becoming entirely too big, unfortunately. And gets annihilated.
I had like an engine going that the problem, and this is something that we talked about, those games are meant to be played between realistically 4 people.
Yeah,
if
having 3 makes it hard.
If you play it against 3, the first person that becomes the biggest, right, is you have 2 people against, you have 2 draw steps, 2 landfalls, all in against 1 person. It's incredibly hard to come back from that.
Yeah.
And again, when we played Commander with his new deck, it is the same thing, where it's like, it's really hard to go against 2 people at once.
So, but my father, with me coaching him over his shoulder, the first time he's ever played Magic in his life, beats my cousin and wins. And that was the pinnacle, that was the peak, that was the best moment of that vacation for my cousin. That is like something that is in like the history books for my family. He thought it was so funny. Joby and I were suffering a little bit, and my dad doesn't really remember much of it. But my cousin had so much fun. So this year when we came back, my father like did the same thing. Not as drunk this time, but was like, hey, can I play again? Except this time he actually kind of was starting to figure out how to play. He learned what you do on your turn. which is that you draw for turn, like you play your lands, which he definitely didn't figure out last year. And he made some moves. He definitely didn't understand what he was doing enough. There were some moves he should have made, but I will tell you, Jubby, once again, unfortunately, Bob and I took Jubby out first.
Well,
which is mean of us. We should not have.
It's not even, again, though, the problem is when you're playing it, it's like, I was not the threat.
No, I know. My cousin was much more of a threat, and I should have not been a part of that.
Because of it, when you're playing the game, you also don't want to be rude to, like, the...
Yeah.
The problem is, if you full swing...
You were talking smack, and you talked smack and swung at me, so my father, out of love for a child, kept swinging at you also.
But that's the thing is, I wasn't swinging at only one person.
I know.
You're trying to play the game kind of almost diplomatically, where you're playing it with two people. It's like a lot of politics involved.
Yeah.
And your dad was like, just swing.
Yes, my father was also just swinging everywhere.
And I have to say it from my perspective also, is your father, while he plays, both looks angry and confused and like he's not having a good time.
Oh,
so
he was having fun though.
I know, but that's why I'm playing it like I don't know, I can't read it. So I'm like playing it and I'm like, is he getting mad at me? Like, what am I doing?
That's just how he is. He's goofy like that. But that night he played using my deck, and I was so annoyed because let me tell you, I lost. So Jubby went out first. I went out second. I fought to the bitter end, but I just couldn't do it. But I got both of them down really low. And then it was Jubby against my father, or not Jubby, it was my cousin against my father. And I went over to help coach my father because it was getting to the point where it was like, okay, whoever can pull this win out in this turn, like someone's gonna pull the win this turn, how can we make it be my father? And I knew my deck better than he did. I walked over there, was like, you're holding an unsummon. Please, for the love of God, use the unsummon. Why are you holding an unsummon? You've been holding an unsummon this whole game!
He had it the whole game. Because I helped him in the beginning, where I was showing him the cards. I'm like, this card, I told him, I pointed at it, I said, hold it, but when there's a really big threat.
Yes. And
then there was
my cousin had these horrible big threats. My cousin had these big threats that had counters on them, that with an unsummon, would knock all the counters off of it, and then he'd have to waste a ton of mana to play it again. So I was like, okay, first play that. And I coached him through in one turn. I only had to tell him to do that. I told him to do the unsummon. He pretty much knew to do the other things, and he won! He won again! So my father, undefeated, was like, hey, could you make me like a really evil, like, could you make me a really bad evil deck? So Joby and my cousin, the next day, I had searched and found some card shops. They went out and bought a, like, pre-constructed deck?
Yeah, pre-cons.
They were looking for, what was the one you were looking for? Because you wanted the,
I don't remember. It was something called, like, the
Lord
Witch
of
King.
No, it was, well, he did want a Witch King, but he wanted the,
Witch King.
What is it, Lord of Pain? Is that what it's called? I can't remember it.
I have no idea what it was, because you'd be surprised, but back in the day, the idea of buying a pre-made deck was like,
scorned.
Well, I'm not saying score, but like everyone wanted to build their own deck. The fun of it was you bought all these cards, you wanted to build something.
Well,
so
he wants his own deck just to like start with, I guess. Oh, excuse me.
But what I'm trying to say is we went to all these card shops and they were actually sold out of all of them.
Yeah.
There was hundreds that had been sold out, so the only one that we found that was at all sounded interesting to him was Fallout deck.
Yeah.
And it was surprisingly very good.
It was really good, I will say. That one, we only played one game with that deck, I think. And I didn't play that game. I helped him play it because I will say, for his level, Caesar is complicated with all the stuff you got to keep track of.
It's a huge engine. Like,
yes. This is a good card. But I did help him. He did have to step out. Unfortunately, Shrew Mom got sick to her stomach because of water park food. So then I took his hand and I played it, and I lost, and I was so distraught. I got my cousin down to 1 health, and then he very narrowly killed me the next turn, and I was so mad about it.
I should say this to the shroom
Yes.
mates.
Yeah.
I have never seen in any game of Commander I've ever played 5 board wipes. The
Yes.
game ended in it was a 2-hour-long
Yes.
game of
It was
with
ridiculous.
five different board wipes.
Because the board wipes were knocking all the commanders out. By the end of the game, Caesar cost 14 for us to bring back.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Like-
The only reason I got knocked out was I couldn't summon Cherix. There was
Yeah.
he costed like 10 or 15 to cast.
Yeah,
It
it
was
got
so much.
so ridiculous. I think 3 of the board wipes came from my father's deck. Cousin was playing an Eldrazi deck.
Yeah.
Which also he contributed 2 board wipes, and I contributed through my father 3 of them. But it was just ridiculous. Like the engines would start and then stop and then start and then stop and then start and then stop. And the commanders couldn't be afforded to be got on the board. It was just ridiculous. But it was fun. So that's Fungi Father. Me, where's my mouse? Me! My deck! My deck is a disaster and I have to fix it. I have a Casket deck. I have a partner for him, but she is not going to be the continuing partner. I just have a filler partner in right now. But Casket, the Flash Sculpt. I also have a token deck. I forgot. I played the entire game that we played. I somehow out-survived Jubby, despite completely ignoring the final line of Cascade, which is put 2 of your cards into your hand and the other into your graveyard.
I think you were just putting them into the graveyard.
I was. I put them into the graveyard. 2 of them were supposed to go into my hand! That's the whole point of the deck! That's... oh my god.
The reason the Casket deck lives in infamy because we partnered it with a card that doesn't really work that well, and it's also
the partner is just because we needed the colors right now, but there is a card I know what I need for it.
There's a better one to use for it, but
Yeah.
it was also like I think that most decks work better if they have some sort of simplicity to them.
Yes, this was way too complex. Too many things happening.
Your deck was like, how can I have card draw, ramp, and also graveyard resurgence, which
And
are all
also
at the same
token
time.
generation, and also things getting pumped by sacrifice. Too much. Too much.
I love complex decks, but that one is one that's like you're creating an engine that will be good by like turn 9.
So I'm fixing it. I am fixing it. Yes. Casket, my beloved Phyrexian human artificer. Maybe I should be an artificer in Dungeons and Dragons. He's so
Artificers are
cool. I want to continue using him, but there's a merman who I'm going to sub in for him that helps me with my, or not for him, for Kaidel, for partners. That gives me my blue-green and also helps me with my sacrifice engine. We're getting rid of the weird mana stuff we were doing. We're figuring it out. So Casket, my Casket deck only lost. Didn't do anything good. And then my cousin had like 8 decks, but he had Hash Brown.
It had Hash Brown.
Which is the only one I remember the name of. He had a Eldrazi deck. He had a Dragon Sacrifice deck.
He has a Lord Windgrace deck.
Yeah.
Too.
I don't know what
There's
most
a
of these
whole
are.
bunch.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Full Phyrexian archetype with the flip cards. They play for low mana and can flip to their versions with better stats and effects. Yeah, Final Fantasy has that going on in a bunch of their cards too. Like, what is it? Like, there's a couple of them that you play that are real cheap for the legendaries that then you can flip them into something that is really big and scary, but you pay the mana later at some point.
Yeah.
I like those ones kind of. It's good getting stuff out there, but then if it dies, you got to do all of that again, and I feel like that's too much for me.
The beauty I find with any Artificer deck, or especially we were talking about Casket, the beauty of him is that he can be partnered, so you can put him with another one.
Yeah.
But I think also for what you were talking about, why Artificers, and as weird as it sounds, in Magic, one of the scariest things you can play against is people using artifact decks, and the reason for it is because the artifacts can pretty much they can token generate, and they can usually make things that do what all the things are known for, right? So blue, yeah, it's great for countering, but it's also notorious for card draw. So it's like you could just do the mechanic where you generate a clue, which is an artifact, but you can destroy it, sacrifice it with Kesket, and then get card draw, or do something where you can get rid of it, like treasure and make mana, something like that. You can do pretty much all the things. You can ramp, card draw, and do all that stuff with.
That's what I've been doing. My cousin showed us there's an app called Mana Box, and I've been tinkering with my deck. So I've been getting into sacrificing artifacts instead of creatures maybe for this deck, because I don't have Graveyard Resurgence right now. But I'm figuring it out. But what I did want to show is that our rating was, Joby had 1 win, even though Joby's covering 1 win. Fungi Father had 1 win. Oh, it's not even on the screen. I had no wins. I didn't win anything. I lost every single game I played on that trip, and my cousin won every single other one, and I'm covering where it says that. But he has the unfair advantage of when he visited the Magic headquarters, for the reason that he was visiting there, they just gave him like a ton of cards and a ton of decks and stuff like that. He absolutely deserves to have all of it, but we really can't stand up to that, if I'm being so honest with you. The kid has like decks that are worth like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Like sometimes money just knocks you out in Magic. You can win by luck, and you can win by careful planning and by better engine. Sometimes money just does it, unfortunately for us.
We talked about it, me and him, in the car when we were going to the card stores, about how he likes to build stuff. And yeah, like there is a certain level of randomness and luck, which is kind of the fun of it, but it's also he talked about it where he's like, I want it down to a mathematical certainty that I win. And it's like, well, that is true, but there's also
his mathematical certainty was only wrong twice, I think, the whole trip.
But that's the thing. When he would get to the points where it wasn't working for him, he would get kind of like in his head. You're like, don't worry about it. The fun of the game is that you're playing it, not that it's working, or you get to see how the cards work. And with that being said, it's like, I also just, because I was playing a deck that had board wipes, and in that game where we had 5 board wipes, I didn't get to do any of the board wipes. My board wipes are supposed to be where I wash everyone else's stuff out.
Yeah, and then you keep yours. We just kept knocking your equipment out. Like that's rough.
I just built a deck now, a zombie token resurgence deck around a guy whose whole thing is board wipes.
Yeah.
So now I can be the annoying board wipe guy.
Yes, you can.
Because it's probably the most time I think I've probably ever spent on a deck. See how it comes out.
I gotta work on mine. I've had a really busy week this week, so I've been wanting so badly, because I got my Final Fantasy stuff, and I want to build a Final Fantasy Commander deck, but I also want to build a Thopter deck, and I'm working on a Mushroom deck for an event that I can't really talk about theoretically, but it's for something. But I've got all these decks I want to work on, and I've worked on none of them, and I'm kind of sad about it. I don't know who Atraxis Praetor is. Joey, do you know who that is?
Atraxis? Oh, yeah. Oh, he's good.
Also, I am big into Ran. I am with you. Proxies, probably a good idea. Honestly, what is the point of me buying real cards? Because never am I ever going to play competitively anywhere where it would matter for me to have real cards. I should just only buy proxies.
I mean, the thing is, to a certain degree, yes. I would say to that, though, where it's like, the fun of the game is going to the place and playing the game, which I've never done. Never done, right? So
I know, we've never done that. We only play with family members and friends.
That's my logic. Is now that I'm building this big one, I'm like, maybe I'll go out and go play it, because that's what makes it fun. With proxies, I think that yes, playing with proxies is fun, but I do kind of have this weird thorn in my side about it, where it's like, yeah, if you can play with proxies, then you can build the most powerful deck.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it is a limiting factor that makes you have to be creative to some degree also.
To a certain extent, I understand it from like a utilitarian standpoint. Most people can't afford these amazing cards, but I feel bad for the people that did care about the game so much that they are a collector.
Oh yeah.
And then
I guess
you could have a bunch of Black Lotuses in your proxy standard deck.
That would be crazy. That would be wild.
The deck would be what, $120,000.
I have Shieldred I have a Shieldred deck in the Magic the Gathering Online. If they bring Commander to the online, that'll be strange. We were talking about that yesterday, but she is good. I agree.
I'm looking at it right now, and I wonder if I'm just not looking in the right spot, but literally, it has the stuff for Commander, and yet they don't have Commander in MTG Arena.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't. If anything, proxy duo lands. Yeah, like I feel like there's some cases where like there's certain cards that I like. Why would I like you and you're trying to get all your snow-covered forests and snow-covered islands? Like, I don't think that's like.
I've decided not to do that.
Oh, okay. Well.
But the point.
More expensive, which is annoying.
It is. There was a set recently where everything was snow-covered lands, and there's one card in my deck that
just one.
A single one that can resurge from the graveyard with snow lands. But another thing is, I kept buying all these, trying to find the cards, and I would buy them, and I'm like, well, the whole point of the deck is to resurge stuff from. I have a bunch of spells that resurge stuff, so why?
Oh.
I have other cards that does what that card does. So it's like really no point. If it was on MTG Arena, I could literally just right-click and make everything a snowland. But in real life, who cares?
Yeah. That's Commander, just not the 4-player format. I think it's called Brawl. Oh, really?
They do have Brawl.
Okay.
But they have like why I was upset was I was building a deck the other day, and you can filter through all your cards, and it literally has a thing that's like, do you want to filter through historic, constructed, standard, and then it has Commander, but it's grayed out.
Oh,
so it's like it's like they're trying to bring it in because Commander is the major everybody plays.
Yeah, that's what everyone wants to play nowadays is Commander. Understandably so. Also, Incinda, what are your Final Fantasy Commander decks? Who are your commanders? I'm trying to figure out what the hell I want to do. Seems like Vivi is a good one, but like I keep seeing, because like I want to play with the character I know is half the problem, and then half the characters I'm like, I don't know if I like your mechanics, so I like have not made a decision about who I want to center my deck around. I was gonna make an Aerith deck maybe for like an Aerith commander deck, but I don't know. Billy, those are not Final Fantasy characters, as much as you may try. Terran Stola. Oh, precons. Oh, okay. I heard that Stola was good. I have Balthier and Fran, because that was one of the ones I pulled. I have Jekt? I don't know how to say his name. I have not played the game he's in. I didn't get that many fantastic commander options from the packs I had opened, unfortunately, but like I'll just buy the commander and use probably the cards that I got from those packs to fill out some of it, but
Vivi, I'm looking on the card thing right now. Vivi is an $80 card.
So maybe I won't have a Vivi commander deck. That's what they did the Pro Tour thing for, like the Pro Showcase for Final Fantasy. I think every deck in it has Vivi in it. So I guess that's like the good utility card.
There's also, you can buy Cloud Strife is only $37.
That's fine. I didn't even check to see if there's an Ignis card even. Like, I want to, like, have the characters I like in my deck if I can. So, like, I'm like, I want to have Zac. I want to have Ignis. I want to have Aerith. I want to have, like, I want Balthier and Fran, but I don't, maybe not as my commander because they're red-green, and I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm surprised, but there's a majority of these cards are actually, like, not... Maybe I'm just looking at the ones that are... Oh yeah, they have multiple printings of multiple versions of them.
They do. There's like
they
4 versions of... Yeah, there's a bunch of different art versions of them. So there's 2 different arts for Balthier and Fran also. So I have the, like, more expensive card art version, and I have the full art for it, and it's also a foil. So, like, that is the card that is worth, like, half of what we paid to get the box. Vivi might go down if they're banned from Standard on Monday? Oh, okay. Cool. Sounds good to me.
This is what I love about Magic now, which is that for the last, I would say, 4 years or so, they have created a whole set. They spend a lot of time on it. They build this entire set, and they have a card in it that they know is going to be powerful and what everyone's looking for and excited for.
they make it, they print it, it goes out in standard, and then in like a week or two.
Yeah,
it's
in like a
banned.
month and a half, they've banned it.
And it's like they play test these things for years.
I know.
They spend a lot of time making sure that they don't do that, and then they just randomly will drop a card that is so powerful that it destroys all of not only standard but historic and command.
I know. I'm waiting to see because it's just the card I have, the Tessina Nomura art one that I have is like Thassa's Oracle. It's very similar to that, but it's one of the cards is from Strixhaven that's still legal, so it's different enough that I guess it's fine. I don't know.
I mean, there's not many things in this that don't break. Most of Magic has been making cards that break the standard, and that's kind of the point. The idea is that they've always printed powerful cards. The idea that the Eldrazi Titans were things that were made solely to be, once they hit the battlefield, you lose the game.
Yes.
They are comfortable printing powerful cards, but I think that they don't expect that they're going to take these cards and put them into the minds of people that will make unseen horrors that you would never expect. It's like they'll print a card that they know is a powerful mechanic, and then some guy will have it and be like, this and this, and they'll make an energy.
Yeah, they find a synergy that they weren't expecting and exploits it, and they're like, actually, we can't have this anymore.
And it breaks the game, which is like there was one card. And usually, as weird as it sounds, it's not that it breaks the game, but it makes the game not fun. There was one that I remember from a long time ago. There was a couple sets back where I would play with my one friend in college, and he loved the Eldraine set, which was like the fantasy. Well, I guess it's all fantasy. It was supposed to be like folklore. It's supposed to be like folklore. It's supposed to be like telling. It's supposed to be like, I don't know, Little Red Riding Hood and that kind of stuff. And there was a card in it that was banned almost instantly. It's called Oko. And they made him like...
Is that the one that Mythic is mentioning right now, currently?
Wait, which one?
Look in Twitch chat.
I have no idea. I can't see it.
Oh, Mythic said, can I give Jubby Magic the Gathering PTSD for a second? Oko, Thief of Crowns. Hate that Planeswalker.
Yes, Thief of Crowns.
Mythic, you didn't have to give it. Jubby deduced or cast it right on themselves.
I played against, and it was banned. And my friend was like, what? I bought this card or whatever. We're not going to play it? And I'm like, well, it doesn't make the game fun. It makes it... Yeah. It was a card that literally they banned, not because it was so powerful, but, I mean, it was powerful. It was so powerful that it made it not fun for everybody to play.
Made people miserable.
Yeah, I would literally tell him, I'm like, that was the reason I made the banned deck.
Yeah.
Because I was like, if you're going to play with banned cards, I will play with banned cards.
If you're going to do that, I will do it too.
And he did not like the deck I made. So it was like... the reason they're banned is for very specific reasons that make the game unplayable. Like, I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot, but there was the other day I was playing ranked in Historic on MTG Arena, and I was playing against a deck that is literally a deck made where there's no creature spells. It's just counter. So the idea is every time I play something, they play something to get rid of it. And the idea is literally the mechanic of the deck is not to make you lose, it's to make you concede the game because you're bored.
My God.
Literally, like everything I would play, they would have a thing against. And I think the whole point of they would do things where like in the chat, they would like be taunting, where they would be like, gotcha, or something. Where it's like when you play something, gets rid of it, or a board wipe. And then I did win that game because after a while you could just keep chipping them away. But it's like there are some decks where the whole point of them is like, what if I made it so unbearable for my player that they just give up? Which I don't think is a fun way to play the game. That's
like why that Commander Assault website has the grading for how much rage your deck will inspire.
Which is not a bad thing to do.
Yeah, not a bad thing to keep an eye on. I just want to have a fun, silly time. If I'm being so honest, the fact that I lost every single game, I'm not actually that upset about it. I like just hanging out, and I need to be bigger in tokens than I am because I'm too defensive. So, but like, I don't care about winning that much. I'm not that competitive. My family is very competitive, though.
They do. That's why I think it was like weird for me.
I think that's why you got stressed. My father had no idea what he was doing, but he needed to win.
Yeah, and I was playing it where I'm like, after this we're gonna go drink beers. Like,
Yeah.
After this we're gonna hang out. There's no malice. But it was like, it is pretty. It's intense.
Yeah. Here's more of us playing it, which is just I wanted to open the next slide of us playing. You're hiding Fungi Father's face. He is showing my deck to my mother, who was taking the photo of us. But you can see the fellas have cracked open some Keystone Lights. I am drinking an ice blue Gatorade. My cousin, I think, is not drinking any liquids. But but like we don't need to be so pressed. But my family is so competitive. That talk game we played, talk, whatever it's called, so competitive. My uncle is unbearably good at that game also, which I think was an unfair advantage to me 2 out of the 3 times I played it. Surprise your cousin with proxy Black Lotuses. I would feel bad doing that, but can I tell you a thing? My uncle owns a Black Lotus of some kind. It's not a beta, I don't think, but he owns a Black Lotus. They've got it in a binder at their house, and it doesn't exit the binder. I saw it like 10 years ago, which is why I knew Magic existed. My cousin, when he was like 12, showed me Magic the Gathering. Actually, he might have been younger than that. He might have been like 10 and I was like 16. He showed me how to play, and then we like flipped through the binder that his dad had. His dad has never played Magic. His dad just owns Magic cards that like people had like given him, or like that like somebody moves and they just give a binder or something. But he had a Black Lotus in there. I don't know what it was, because I also didn't know much about Magic when we were playing at that point in time. But like an insane thing to own. What is the other thing on this slide? Oh, more of us playing Magic. Look at this board state. This is my cousin's board state. Just the sheer quantity of of counters we have here. Here's Joby in the back. Your board state's not bad, but the insanity.
I can't see it. I think that was when I made the dual 7/7s that were unblockable.
Yes, I think it is.
That's what those are, with the counter.
I'm still alive at this point in this game where this photo was taken. Oh, I guess you outlived me in this game, I think, yeah. So we're bringing our commander decks to Otakon?
Not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Here's my problem with Otakon is that I can't walk around for a long time. The stopping and starting causes me immense hip pain, and I will be unable to walk for a week after if I do the immeasurable walking, starting, and stopping. Shroommates, do we play some Commander against each other at Otakon? Man, I gotta figure my deck out before then in that case, but that's not a bad idea. Shroomate Invitational.
That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah! We'll have to see. I can do like an interest check. Let me write that down. Because there are a lot of Shroommates who are interested in that stuff, and I was low-key trying to figure out, like, we will have our little meet and greet and hang out and say hi to each other. Probably following, I have a panel, and we'll probably do it following the panel, maybe, but I will put some feelers out for that, maybe. That's actually such a good idea. Hang on. Shroomate Commander at Otakon. Thank you for the idea. Sadly, I'm gonna play my deck because I don't play Magic. That's fair, don't worry. You can still hang out, like, we can hang out and chat. I'll maybe play a game or two, but I might be just more interested watching all of you playing and talking to everybody while they're there. But that gives everyone something to do while we have our little meet and hang out, maybe. That could be cool. We'll have to find somewhere to play it also. We'd have a meet and greet? Not like an official one. It's more like a meetup, probably. Once we get closer to the date, I'll be able to give everyone the details for that, where you can stop by and say hi to me. We're gonna design a mask for me to wear also, at some point in July. Joby, are you gonna have your face out at Otakon?
Do you
care?
I mean,
I don't know if it matters to you, but
it doesn't really, but I mean, it probably matters to you.
I don't care if you have your face out. You'll be okay.
I don't really want to wear a mask.
That's fine. You don't have to. I will wear one just because I'm gonna keep my face a C. But you don't have to. I don't think there's any way of tracing you. I only covered you and my family in here because I didn't tell anyone I was making this, and I don't need to show them to the internet strangers, maybe. Yeah, Joby will be fully released to you. That's fine. Also, yeah, I guess if people want to allow other Shroommates to play, we can teach Shroommates to play if you would like to, and I'm sure there's a lot of people who have multiple Commander decks, so we can arrange if people want to learn.
It's a fun game.
Jubby and EG maybe teach roommates how to play Commander at some point in July.
That
Looks
would
at
be
you
cool.
intensely.
I would.
We could use my
love that.
hand cam. We could do it on stream. Physically.
We could play Magic on stream.
You could. Yeah, you could. But yeah,
That would-
I will keep that idea in mind perhaps. You have 15 decks. Oh my god, okay. Don't worry, you're very covered. Oh yeah, I guess if you're not coming from Scotland to Otakon, then that is true. But that goes for, I guess if any of the other streammates want to learn so they can play with us, or just learn in general, Jubby and I could show you how. On a stream at some point, mayhaps. But here we are, we played. It was good. We do have to get through the PowerPoint of discussing all the things we're supposed to discuss. We did have a nice campfire. I did sit at the campfire. Oh, excuse me. And speaking of Otakon, I did sit at the campfire and work on my Otakon commission while I was sitting there at the campfire, getting eaten by mosquitoes. Hoshi, I promise you can't be any more insufferable than I was to teach. I was so slow in the uptake for Magic. Joby is laughing in recollection of...
I don't know. I mean, I was actually spitting something out of my
Oh,
mouth.
okay.
I don't think it's... The game itself is actually fairly easy to learn.
Yeah.
It's just once things get more complicated, as they tend to do,
Mhm.
there's like a little bit of a learning curve.
It can be hard to follow, but the actual playing of the game isn't too bad.
As
to some
messed up
degree.
as it sounds, most of what learning Magic is like, okay, how do I play the deck? I know how
Mhm.
my deck works. Now, how do I learn about every other deck that's out there?
Yeah. Or most
I'm
of
gonna
Magic
play
is
it.
just reading. I know we were joking yesterday
Yeah.
about you didn't bother to read. If you bother to read, you will do okay. I swear unto you. If you bother to read and we tell you what the words mean, if you don't know what a word means, because words have meanings, you'll be okay. It's like the good part about Magic. The card tells you what the card does. You learn to play the game by playing the game, more or less. And yes, we can sing a CAMPFIRESONG song if you really want to. But we did have a campfire. So that was part of what we did. That was good. It was fun. Campfire. Oh, we went to Water Country, USA. Joby, look at this rainbow. This is one of the pictures my aunt took. It poured rain for like the last half an hour we were at the park, and everyone vanished, but we did go to Water Country, which was my mother's birthday gift to herself. And to all of us, kind of. It was my family's birthday gift to her.
It was a wonderful time. I do like water-based amusement attractions.
Yes. I had more, I don't know if everyone agreed with me. We did have a little bit of a snafu, which was that Shrew Mom did pay for a cabana, and Shrew Mom really likes the cabana that's by the lazy river. But turns out those ones weren't open for renting because of low turnout, so we had to have our cabana somewhere else, and it caused a whole event, and then we couldn't get our meal, like we had like the all-day meal wristbands also, but like we couldn't figure out how to get them. We had fast passes, and we had to go figure out how to pick those up, and turns out one of the fast passes was wrong and wasn't the right kind, so you couldn't even use it. It was a whole debacle for the first like 2 hours. Everyone was really tense. Meanwhile, like Jubby, my cousin, my sister and I are like, dee, we're going on water slides.
What disturbed me about that whole setup was that there was 5 different things you were, I guess, supposed to do before you got in, but we were already in. We rode like 8 rides before we realized we didn't have a pass.
We were just telling people at the top that we had the fast pass. We weren't lying. And they just believed us, and it was fine for the most part. But we did need to figure out and get them, because we did get some looks from people, unfortunately. But it was fun. Joby did not turn into a lobster, which was good. Hodgepodge, I'm sorry that you did. I went to Water Country when I was like 14, I think, the last time. Or no, that was the second to last time. Joby, did you turn into a lobster the last time we were at Water Country? We went 3 years ago, I think, with you.
Surprisingly have not burned that much at those places.
Joby is of the kind of person that looks at the sun in the wrong way and is immediately scorned. Regrets
very
decisions.
fair skin.
Mm-hmm. I have Italian, and I don't burn, thankfully. Not very easily, at least. My sister is like 17 shades darker than me because she's been in the sun vacationing and partying it up. I don't look like I've been outside at all this summer, somehow. But Water Country, it was fun. I didn't like put most of the pictures of us in here because I am in a bikini and I'm not showing you that. So the photo you do get is us taking over the lazy river.
Yeah.
And I also covered our feet. You do not get feet for free. You do not get to see that. But here we all are waiting. This is my icon for my sister, and there's my aunt. Shroom Mom is taking the photo of all of us, but here's me. We were all clinging to each other so that we would move as one mass through the lazy river, which I think is called, was it the Hubba Hubba Highway?
Yeah,
Like a goofy name. Yeah, Lazy River is the moat of the Shroom State. It winds around the exterior of our lands. You can just sit in it and travel to get to where you need to go. But we did form a mass floating object, and we were floating down this river in our life jackets singing, what were we singing? We sang Country Roads.
Country Roads Take Me
Take
Home.
me home. And every other person around us was looking at us like we were all not containing a single marble. Every single marble we had was lost into the water, and the people were looking at us because they knew. What else were we singing? We sang something else.
I don't know if it's that. I think it was that we were clearly having a good time, and there was a lot of people there who were with their kids, and that
Not having a good time.
Can imagine is not that fun for them.
I guess not, yeah. Split head on what? Some of what? Split your head on the lazy river? Huh? Don't do that. I will say I did drag my foot in the lazy river, and the bottom of that pool, maybe because of the current and it's eroding, is so, like, gravelly and sharp. Ow! It hurt. It was oof ouchie. Also, this icon I used for my sister does not look like her, but it was the best I could find quickly. Close enough.
That one
Best I
looks
could
like
do.
her. I mean, it looks close enough.
It's close enough. She doesn't have bangs, and she would never wear a ribbon in her hair, but she does have dark brown hair, so close enough, I guess. Yeah, there's a lifting because he wasn't sitting correctly, hit the bottom, and had a cut in his head. Ouch! Oh my god, okay. That's not fantastic. I will say, water parks, I feel like, are ripe for injury. We went on this one, I don't know what it was called, but we went on this one that was like a water roller coaster, and we went on a turn at one point, and I got slammed into the wall, and I have a bruise. It's almost gone, but it was the size of a baseball for like 3 days on my hip from hitting the wall. It hurt. It was not enjoyable. I toughed it out for the entire rest of that day, and I took several of an ibuprofen to get through the rest of that day. I was okay, but boy, it was not. It was ow. Did not like that. They really. Water parks are ripe for injury, I feel like. We did go to another park also. We can go back talking about magic and other stuff. I just wanted to get through all the things that were topics to yap about here so that next week I don't get distracted and launch into telling a Busch Gardens story while we're trying to do VTuber design critiques, like what happened on Monday. Also, no only shrooms. You'll never see anything even remotely like that from me. Squiiji is say so forever. Will not change. Ever, actually. I cannot be bothered, not even bothered. You cannot sway me under any circumstance to do anything of that nature. I don't want to. Here's the other animal we'll show you.
Oh, wow.
When we arrived home from the water park on our drive home, we drove with my parents. There were 3 cows just like walking up the path to the place we were staying. 3 loose cows. One of which was a bull, and he did square up with us. This is a bull. I wish I had a better photo of them, but I couldn't find a better photo, unfortunately. I thought I had one where you could see him squaring up, but I couldn't find it. This is a bull, and then you can see the legs. There's a calf behind him, and then there was another one that she was a girly, and she walked into the woods already. But he like squared up and was like blaring his nostrils at us, and we were like, okay, all right. We will wait for you, I guess. Go ahead, do your thing. Never have I been afraid of being ambushed by something while inside of a vehicle before, but I was scared about that for like 3 seconds. And those are legs of a creature behind him. Joby, what are your thoughts on this?
It does look like something bad right there, yeah.
It does. That is why I specified that. That is just another creature running behind it.
I mean, cows are beautiful creatures.
They
I do
are.
love them.
Yes.
There was a moment where I thought, wow, this thing could rush the car.
Could
and
fully
it is very
eviscerate
big.
my fungi father's Toyota Highlander.
I don't think it, I mean, it would have done some damage, but
Yeah.
I would have felt bad for the cow. The cow
I
would have gotten really
know.
hurt.
It would have hurt him if he ran into it. I would have felt worse about that too, you're right. But I was also mildly scared. Just a little bit scared, yes. We saw a cow. Well, yeah, we did see a bull. Face to face with a black bear in a car on the road of the woods? Oh. I mean, the black bear at least will leave you alone. The black bear is not aggressive. He will let you be as long as you are not getting too close to, or she is not gonna get mad at you unless you're too close to her cubs. Bulls are a little, like, territorial, and they don't like you getting near them, and a little aggressive in the way that they are. But if you let them loose in a china shop, they won't hit any of the china, so don't worry. Also, thank you for saying.
That's true. Mythbusters did prove that.
Mythbusters did prove it. They are agile. If you are flapping that red cloak, as long as your body is not behind it, you're not getting hit. So that is how the matadors? How do you say that word?
Matador?
Yeah, matador. That's how the matadors get away with it. That's their secret. My mouse is not working. Hello? There we go. What else do we have? Ah, Busch Gardens. I learned on this trip, there's a place called Busch Gardens. It's not spelled like the word Bush. B-U-S-H. It's not spelled that way. It's B-U-S-C-H. And I found out on this trip that the reason why is that the beer company Anheuser-Busch owns the park. Like, that's who owns the park. They're also the ones who own and operate Water Country and SeaWorld. So strange. Yeah, this isn't the British part. So the whole theming of Busch Gardens is that, like, you're touring, I would say in air quotes, around the world, but it's just Europe.
I think it's only Europe.
It's just Europe. They market themselves, they say, around the world. Oh, Anheuser-Busch, you Eurocentric MFs. But there is a section that is, like, Norwegian, there is a section that is British, there's a section that's French, there's an Italian area, there's an American area. It's interesting theming for a park, so it keeps things fresh. They got the Swiss Alps in one spot of it. It's definitely interesting. So we were there. They were celebrating their 50th anniversary. We timed going there perfectly somehow. I have never been in a more empty amusement park on it was a Thursday, right? Or was it Wednesday? Might have been Wednesday. But there was no one there. We rarely waited in a line that took more than 15 minutes. Our collective group, I think, went on every ride in the park, pretty much. Like, every single roller coaster was encountered and partaken in. It was also abysmally hot. I was worrying for everyone's health, especially Joby's. Joby looked like they were gonna pass out at one point.
I was wearing pants that day.
Yes.
I ran out of shorts.
Yes. Joby was wearing pants, which kind of nice not having to feel the sweat of other people in the seats of the roller coaster on your own skin.
I will say that I feel like people have this weird connection with shorts. There's this, I love shorts. I think they're amazing things, but I don't usually lose heat in my legs. My legs don't usually get hot. My body gets hot.
I guess, but you were wearing also, like, your jeans weren't light colored, so by being dark, you were gaining.
They were green. They were green. They were like I wasn't gaining.
Yeah, not like black jeans at least, but I still feel like by like your ankles not being exposed, I say like there was any airflow at all. There was no wind, but it was so abysmally hot.
It was.
Oppressive.
I think I drank more liquid that day than ever in my life.
Joby bought
like
$16 worth of ices that day.
It was like 100 degrees out. It was
so bad, which maybe that's why no one was there, but there were no lines. So we went on the Loch Ness Monster, which is a roller coaster that's famous for having 2 loops, which in comparison to that Smiley roller coaster we talked about on Monday, which has 14, sounds like nothing, but for me, that's a big deal. I went on a roller coaster, period. And I went on one that goes upside down, and it was the first thing I did that day, so everyone should be really proud of me. I think I only didn't go on like 2 of them, right? Or was it 3? Can't remember.
You went. I don't know if you went on. Do you? I think you went on like half of them.
Why? I don't think that's true. What do you mean?
I know that. I think there's 8 How many roller coasters?
I don't know. I also see Edward saying Fearsome 4. Loch Ness Monsters in the Fearsome 4. I did not go on Alpengeist. That's the one. That one looked really
Alpengeist was
crazy. I did not go on that one. Oh my god, I waited while everyone else went on Alpengeist, and I was informed upon everyone's exit that I would not have liked it, which is probably true.
I think you would not have liked it. The one thing I will say, I don't like heights, so I don't like going up super high, but I love roller coasters.
Yeah.
So I kind of deal with it.
Yes.
Alpengeist was good for the fact that it was surrounded by trees.
Yeah, so you couldn't tell how high up you were, probably.
You were like maybe 80, and also even if you could see the ground, you couldn't because you were going. It was going so fast.
Yes.
I couldn't even like see what was happening.
It was like I read the thing about it, and it was like, our roller coaster crests 87 miles an hour, like something. And I was like, huh? You're hurtling my body through the air at what speed? Please do not.
I would say the scariest roller coaster that was there. I didn't do none of us did Griffin. Because
no, the Griffin was down. So they couldn't go on that one.
Down when we first got there, and then when we came back later, some kid threw up on it, so they had to clean it.
No one got to go on the Griffin, unfortunately.
But
what was Apollo's Chariot one of the ones I went on? I think it was. I think the Pantheon.
You did Apollo's Chariot,
Yeah.
but the one I was gonna say was the scariest. I think was Pantheon.
Yeah, Pantheon. Yeah.
That's one where you get launched. It like is a slow
I think I should
start.
pull up videos of these. We
They
can
have
see
like
what they are.
these boosters. They have like these booster pads that make you go faster, but they like kind of psych you out, where they're like, as you're going, you don't complete certain parts of it, and then it sends you back, and you go all the way up this uncompleted track. It was actually quite intense. Like I wasn't expecting it to be as intense as it was, and it did kind of freak me out. I got off, my hands were all shaky.
POV, you're on the
fun, though.
Pantheon right now? Hang on, wait. I can like actually get on it.
And I was on it with your sister.
Yes.
And
it was just the two of you who went.
Yes, we were sitting on it like this, having a conversation, and you go really slow. And then out of nowhere, it should be here. Right here is where it boosts.
No, it's not safe. They made me stand on the front of it. Guys, they locked me into my seat. Why have you done this to me? I'm so scared. Honestly, this feels like nothing just watching it though.
This is the part. This part.
Oh, I'm blocking it. Hang on.
It boosts you twice. And then you go up, but you only go up halfway.
Yeah, it sends you backwards.
And then it boosts you as you go backwards, and then you go straight up one that isn't completed. And that part messed me up because I'm like, I can see everything. We definitely went higher than that. That makes it look like nothing.
This makes it seem like nothing. Although that's giving me vertigo.
Yeah, straight down.
I am so scared of heights. Yeah, hold on to EG for dear life. I'll mom arm everyone into the car. This also, the FOV on this is wild, where it makes like everything seem real far apart too.
Oh, and another thing is,
yeah, it's twisting.
I am 6'2".
Yes.
So, like 8 or 9 times I had to be stopped, and they had to check to make sure I was allowed to go.
Yeah, make sure you were permitted.
That part where it flips upside down, I had my arms up, and I thought I almost hit the pole because.
Oh my god.
I was too tall. There was one they made me get off entirely and check. They like measured
they
me to make sure I was.
That was the Wolf's Revenge, wasn't it?
Yeah, because they thought my feet would hit stuff.
I want to go to Busch so bad now. It was fun. So Loch Ness Monster, which is the one we're on right now. Whee! Hold on tight, your mates. I like this one. This is my grandmom's favorite roller coaster on Earth. This is the Stormtrooper grandmom I'm speaking of, to specify. Her whole thing about her as a person is that she won't do things if they will mess up her hair. That's like her defining personality trait. She does not get in the water because it would mess up her hair. She does not you can't put the windows down in the car. It would mess up her hair. If it's windy out, you will not be going outside. It will mess up her hair. You cannot do those things. However, that woman loves roller coasters, specifically this one. She is, her two traits that make no sense for her as a person is that she reads Stormtrooper fan fiction and that she rides roller coasters in Busch Gardens. This little funny thing it did right there, where it gets your stomach going like you're gonna go down over something terrible, and then you don't. And yeah, no, there's not. There's. I didn't know there was one in Florida. This is the one in Virginia. I didn't know there was another one.
Yeah, and then you go straight down. This one's good. You go across the. Up through here.
Yeah, you enter. There's like a water hazard that you get near.
And I talked about this with
Here's
you.
the loops.
Yeah, here's the loops.
The immersion is ruined by the fact that I did mute it.
When I was a kid and I went and rode roller coasters. Oh, this part's crazy. This I thought I was gonna smack my head the whole time.
You can't see any of what's happening. You're like spiraling down through a like tube.
It's like you're going incredibly fast.
You're going like this down. You're spiraling down.
If my arms were up, they would have been decapitated.
Yeah, they would have been removed.
It was terrifying.
Yeah.
But when I was a kid, I never had to struggle with like having sickness on a roller coaster. I always thought it was funny when you hear stories about kids throwing up on roller coasters.
Yeah.
I never once had that happen. I think because it was 100 degrees.
Yes.
And I was walking around completely dehydrated. For the first time in my life, after I got off there, almost every one of these roller coasters, I was like, really?
Yeah. Duffy was a little ill after all of them.
I was sick after every one of them. I felt bad. I didn't want to be a party pooper. I kept going on every one afterwards. But like, I would get like violently sick, and I don't know why. It's because of this. You can see it there. Yeah, it stops you instantaneously at the end of
you like lurch to a stop at the end, and it would like ram you in the stomach with the whatever your catch was, which was not fun.
I only like the ones that go over your head. The ones that go over your head are so much better. They make me feel more secure. Ones that just kind of go up and cover like your legs, don't feel like that thing's keeping me in the ride.
See,
and every time it stops, I slam into it.
I think the difference here is that. Oh, that's Griffin. Is this a Bolton one? On seat HD, yeah, POV good. So I think I fully disagree, mostly because of height. You are tall. For me, I'm short, so when you have those like top-down harness things, I don't touch them. They come down over my shoulders and they lock to the bottom, but there's all this vertical space inside of them where when you go down hills, my butt comes up off the seat and I'm flying up into the thing, and it A, hurts, B, my body is like, what if I slid out of it? Ah!
This ride that's on the screen right now was awesome, but it made me the most sick.
Yes. This is like my second favorite one though. Wait, they don't touch your shoulders either? But what? How do they work then? If they're not touching your shoulders and you're tall, then how does it work? Hi for Bolton. This is very jostly. I was hoping this would be smooth like the other one we watched, but that's okay. What is it doing? Why is it not going? But yeah, being 5'2", I like the one where it has, I think Bolton is the one that does it, where it just comes up and it locks your thighs in, where it just locks you in by the pelvis. And my brain is like, if my butt is on the ground and being held in, then I will be okay. I will not fly out. And as long as I'm not losing contact with the seat entirely, I'm okay. And that's what freaks me out about the other ones. I will say Bolton is really jostle-y. You can see from this footage.
You can, yeah.
It's
rough.
rough.
You around, and most of it is inside. Yeah, it's like in this section.
Oh, this is like strobing warning that I was not aware of. So sorry.
And it flashes stuff at you.
Yeah,
and it's crazy.
It's very intense because you're lost in the woods is the theory for it. Then at one point you're in the dark. This is the part everybody hates. You're in the dark.
Yeah.
And it drops. I don't even know if you can tell that that's what just happened. I think that's what just happened. The track drops out from under you.
And you like fall a little bit. And everyone kept saying the whole time, they were like, yeah, it drops you, you free fall. And it does.
Yeah, but not really. The coaster's on the track, but it's just on a piston that like pulls you down.
Oh, right here, right at the very bottom of it. Let's see if they're down there. When I went down here, I was trying to tell I was hitting them. I'm like, there's a deer right at the bottom. There's like a little bit of land. Yeah, you can see it. There's like a little bit of land here, and there was a deer sitting right there. And I was like, look at that.
And I thought Joby was pulling my leg because I close my eyes for most of roller coasters because I'm scared of heights. Like, I'll be okay if I can't see that I'm up high and I can convince myself that I'm not. But Joby's like, babe, there's a deer. And I'm like, Shut up! I'm not looking! Not true!
I want to go back to what you were saying. You were talking about being held in.
Yeah.
As a height thing, totally makes sense. But then you have to think about, from my perspective, a person that is 6'2", most of my, I don't know how to describe it. I'm mostly legs, but I will be honest that, like...
You are mostly legs. Joby's got legs for days.
When you put the thing down and it's covering your body, or not, sorry, it's not covering your body. My torso is like all the way out. I can lean over it and it feels like I'm gonna fall out of the ride.
I guess so. So like, yeah. But like, that's what I mean, is that I think it's that the difference is height. Short people probably feel safer in the ones where their bottom half of their body is locked in. Tall people probably feel safer in the ones where the top half is locked in. I'm watching Alpengeist now, because I didn't go on this one, but I think the only ones I didn't ride were Alpengeist, Pantheon, and what was the one that... There was the other one that three of you went on. Or wait, no, you didn't go on it. My sister and my uncle went on it.
Tempesto.
Yeah, Tempesto.
That one it spins you 3 times, and it did look fun, but that was when I got
you
off
were
for
peak
Bolton.
of
Like,
tummy ache.
I felt really bad. Like, I actually thought that if I got on that, I would be sick.
Yeah. This is one of the ones where you are like suspended under it. Your feet dangle on Alpengeist, right?
But like, yes. But look here.
Whoa.
Not a lot of tree cover, but like, there's...
Yeah, when you get down in here. But like, looking at this already...
Like you're that high.
Ooh,
speed,
upside down?
So
oh god. This is like
upside
a stomach ache for me. I would not.
It messed me up.
The loops, too much. I don't like being upside down as a person. I think it was this one that I was waiting for all of you to get off of, where I was sending messages in the Discord server. I had like happened to check the Discord server and I was like, you will not hurtle my body through space at hundreds of miles an hour, especially rotating and upside down. I don't permit it. I actually disagree with it heavily.
This video doesn't give it the justice of how fast you're going.
Yes.
It is incredibly fast.
I was watching it from, because like the sound might make it clear because you can hear the wind whooshing by, but I was watching all the times it went before like you guys went, because you guys seemed like you had a little bit of a wait to get on it or something. But
it was, yeah.
Holy mole. It was fast, and it was like some of the rides people like scream on. They were joking. They could tell when Jubby was scared because Jubby would scream like a goofball on all of them. Just be going, woo, wow, woo, and me doing my classic like, wow.
My bit is that I will always, when we're on a ride that I'm not freaked out on, everything's good, I'm just like, I'm like yelling as a joke, like trying to, because that's what people do. But when I'm actually freaked out, I'm completely silent. And there was a part on Alpengeist when we were riding it where they were like, everything good? And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine.
I'm great.
It's the only reason because I'm not talking.
Yeah. They also said you went on that funny like swing contraption thing too, and my uncle was like, yeah, I could tell Jubby was scared because Jubby got on, sat down, was all talkative, and then the moment you guys went up to that like first peak, you said nothing after that apparently.
It was that one. I don't like ones where I love going up high and then flying down. The things I don't like are the ones where they're like a vertical, I can see myself hurtling towards the ground.
Yeah.
That one where you're looking straight down, those always mess with me because I'm like, but if I'm on a roller coaster like this, usually not that bad. But if it's a thing that's like a suspended arm in the air, like the pirate ship ride that flips you upside down, that messed me up because it's like I'm looking straight down and I feel like I could fall right out of this thing.
Ah! I'm on Invader! It doesn't work because my body leans the wrong way! Whoa! Whoa! Hold on, Squiiji roller coaster cam. Do VTubers do this? I feel like there should be like we go to the amusement park together maybe, and we all go on the roller coasters and we play the sounds. And we just all scream together. This one was also really rickety. That'd be good. I'll have to see if I can figure out a way to do it where we can use like screen space color to make it look like I'm actually there too. There we go, we won. I think that's it. I think that's the whole Invader. it was fun. It was a good park to go to. Squeiji roller coaster emote. Yeah, it's a wooden one, which is really rickety. I will say, the thing that we did not make a big enough deal about here is the fact that me going on all but 3 roller coasters is a big deal. I was the kid growing up I was the, how do you say? I was the party pooper?
Scaredy cat.
Scaredy cat. Yeah. I did not ride roller coasters. I would not go on them. We went to Busch Gardens like 10 years ago, and I went on nothing. I didn't go on a single ride in that park when I went. It was kind of a waste for me to have gone. Granted, at that point in my life, I was also having immense hip problems and probably should not have gone on any of them anyway, even if I wanted to. But no. So this year, the fact that I went is crazy. And the reason that I don't go on roller coasters, I don't think I've told this story to you. Joby got to hear the story while we were there, but when I was a kid, I was like 12, my extended family went to Kennywood Park. Do any of you know what Kennywood Park is? I know some of you are aware of some things like that, but we went to Kennywood. Kennywood is like the not a big fancy park, but it is a park you can go to. It's got a couple roller coasters, and it has a lot of those like really old rickety ones. Yeah, Oddpodge, I thought you might know what it is. The Thunderbolt is I don't actually know if it's still around, but was an old rickety roller coaster, wooden coaster in that park. And me, I think I'm like 10 to 12 years old. I've never been on a roller coaster in my life before. My little sister at that rate is like 8. So now we go sit in our carts. I've never been on them before. And I am sitting with my aunt, and my little sister is sitting with my grandmom. And this is, once again, Grandmom Shroom, the stormtrooper lover and hair protector. Sit down with my aunt, and I will say, my aunt at this point in her life was, I don't know how to put it nicely, but she was a couple 100 pounds heavier than me, a 10-year-old. So, and the Thunderbolt is one where it's one single horizontal bar that comes down across both laps. There's a reason they don't do it like that anymore. There's a reason they don't do that. Oddpodge, do you know the Thunderbolt? I'm curious if you guys are familiar with it. I can maybe find a video of people riding that one. Let's see, is there Thunderbolt Kennywood? Let's see. I don't even know if it's still around. I hear you guys saying, uh-oh. Yeah, here's the Thunderbolt. Look at that wooden roller coaster. Put that on for you. I'm sitting with her. Bar comes down, touches her lap, not mine. Oh yeah, look how rickety this looks. And immediately, like right as we are about to see, it starts you like up high, I think, and you drop down to start. And on the first hill, I am flying up out of the seat. This makes us feel really fast that it's so rickety. But my like thighs are hitting the bar. My aunt is trying to hold me down the seat. My grandmom is screaming in front of me because she's terrified I'm gonna fly out of the coaster and die. My sister is having the time of her life though. She had so much fun on that roller coaster and became a roller coaster lover. And I decided that rides weren't for me.
Yeah. When I'm on a roller coaster, I do get, I mean, it's made to be thrilling. It's made to kind of get you a little freaked out. But one thing that I always do is I'll be like, if I ever get nervous, I look over. Oh yeah, there's a child that's about to ride this. There's like
I also, that's what got me through when we were in Busch Gardens this time, because me going on, the last time I was on a roller coaster before we went to Busch Gardens, when we just went, was this event I'm talking about. I've not been on a roller coaster since. Actually, that's not true. I went on for Bolton once, 10 years ago, and that was also dubious. But looking at children all day that day when we were there, I had to be like, okay, if a 7-year-old can safely ride this ride and not cry and have fun and survive, and also did I mention not die, then I will be okay.
Yeah. That was another thing to that same degree is the same other part, which is now you're an adult doing it, where you can like, we kept joking around. Well, no, we would just joke around and be like, the story that my dad would always do, with the joke we did every day, which was like, I heard some kid died on this, or I saw a bolt fly out of the machine. You almost can scare other people by doing it like, oh my god, I'm terrified, I'm mortified.
I'm so scared. I heard they fished somebody's body out of the lake after they flew out of the for Bolton. At rocket speed. And then you freak children out by accident, but then you end up accidentally freaking yourself and others out as well. Yeah. But that was Busch Gardens. Was there anything else we should mention? Oh, the wasp sign that I thought was funny, which is right here. It'll come back.
I was about to say that, yeah, there's one ride that literally during one part of the day might have a swarm of wasps at it.
Yeah, I'll read this sign to you because I don't think you guys can read it. This sign says, "This attraction is temporarily closed today due to wasps. During the season, when there are warmer temperatures, the social behavior of the wasp changes, causing them to swarm our tall attractions. At the warmest part of the day, there could be several hundred wasps flying around the top of this attraction, putting riders at risk of being stung. For your safety, we must suspend operation of this attraction until the wasps stop their swarming behavior. We apologize for any inconvenience." Why would a wasp want to hang out at the top of a roller coaster? Pray tell. Also, hi! Oh, we've been rated! Hi, Spacey! Welcome in! Hi, Shermace, can you rotate for them? I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi and also an art educator. This is Jubby, my partner. Jubby, say hi. Have you worked on your greeting?
Hello. Hello.
What did you say last time? You said, hi, believe in
everything.
But you accidentally said believe nothing, so you guys can choose whether you believe everything or nothing.
True.
I am regaling the tales with Joby of our vacation. Not last week, but the prior week. We went to Virginia. We went to Busch Gardens and Water Country and played a lot of Magic the Gathering and all those things. Ooh, game dev stream? Oh, intriguing. Interesting. Can we see? What were you working on? I hope it was fun also. Also, Pyronite, thank you for following. Space, if you guys are not familiar, is the bat who knocked me out in rock, paper, scissors. And Spacey also just debuted a new model too. Like, concept of time, dubious. Several days ago, maybe. And it's also really cute. Should everyone our stream demo of Chrono Gear? Yay! That's so exciting! I'll fill Joby in is that Spacey is a game dev for a HoloLive game.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, which is really sick. It's really cool. I've been snooping on it for a while. It's sick. If you want to show your stream demo, we can maybe partake in some art tax and steal it from you and look at the Steam demo if you would like. Thank you so much, of course. Also, if you need to do things like eating and drinking and snorkeling and eating, please take care of yourself. Please look after yourself. If you guys want to stick around and hear about adventures and miscellaneous other topics we've discussed, like how many legs crabs have, you're welcome to. But please look after yourself first and foremost. Amber, thank you for following also. Also, I didn't see, did we get a shout out for Spacey? I think we probably did, but I might have just missed it because I wasn't paying attention. It happens to the best of us. Where were we there? You're either popped in a bit at the end of stream, saw you were riding a roller coaster. Yeah, we were doing a little POV riding a roller coaster together so people could see the roller coasters that I rode and did not ride. Do you want to do one? We can go on a roller coaster together for your fellows who showed up. What do you want to ride? We were in Busch Gardens. Let's see. What's a good, Joby, what was one of the roller coasters we didn't do yet that would be good?
You do the Griffin because we didn't ride that one.
Oh, that's true. We didn't get to ride the Griffin because it was down, but it was supposedly very fun. It's got a hang, which makes it scary, where they just hold you over the top, which is kind of evil. Here, I gotta assume position here, but. All right, you ready? Hang on, I gotta position myself properly. Oh wow, there's no in front of the car for me to be in here. Here, you can just watch the top of my head. I think that's probably good. Are you ready? We're starting! Here, wait, I'll move myself. I'm covering the track. I'm not ready! I'm not buckled in properly! This is dangerous! Shermace, make sure you're buckled in properly on the roller coaster. There we go, now I'm in proper position. Let's go. Hands up. Oh, no! You're not supposed to stand on the front of roller coasters. We went over this earlier. Please don't. Hey, this is not all hands and legs inside the cart, please! This is why they have that warning. Don't do this to me, please. Help. Help me. Don't throw ladders at me. That's another thing you shouldn't have on a roller coaster. We can't even watch the roller coaster when I'm standing here, which is not helping. Oh my god, wow! Oh my god. POV, me at the age of 9, flying out of a roller coaster. I'm balanced gracefully. Master of balance, I have rooted my mycelium. Ow, don't throw desks. We're on a roller coaster, are you crazy?
Oh, this is the part that
This
I
is the
remember
hang.
being free. Yeah, they hold you.
They
there.
hold you. They dangle you and make you look down.
What e e e e?
Ah! Yeah! Ah! No! Ah! Oh my god, you go upside down! Woo! I'm facing the wrong way! I'm backwards in the roller coaster, that's okay. I think they dangle you again also here, yeah.
They do it a
They're
second
so
time.
evil.
I didn't know there was a second time.
Oh no, they didn't. We're upside down. I don't like being hurtled through space. Upside down, even. Oh, it's so jostly. It's so bumpy. Oh, lean into the curves. Just go with the flow. What do they say? Code, stop fighting those waves.
Can't fight these big waves, Code.
Can't fight these big waves, Code. Yay! That was a roller coaster. I think that's the end of it. Did you have fun, Shroommates? But we'll have to set up like an amusement park day. We'll pick like an amusement park that none of us have ever been able to go to. Somewhere. I've never gone to Six Flags. Maybe we'll pick that one. And we'll experience the rides together, maybe. It was fun. Thank you. Thank you for rating. I'm glad I could take you on this journey. I need a roller coaster emote for that. Yeah, I'll give you a... Well, maybe we can make an EG just sitting in the roller coaster cart, just like... with like speed lines or something shooting past me. I have to do some animation for that. I have to figure it out.
After getting off this roller coaster,
Mm-hmm.
I have developed quite a headache and a stomach ache.
No!
And it's now making it very difficult. So I might have to, this is where I have to put ways here. I might have to,
That's okay.
I might have to jump ship for a little bit.
That is all right. See, just like what happened in the park, Joby got ill after every roller coaster we went on, and art reflects life. The art of me riding the roller coaster did upset you, and I'm so sorry.
Is
We
it
take
okay?
ibuprofen together.
I'll take some ibuprofen. I'd say thank you for a great stream. Thank you all
Yeah.
for being here. And
Thank you for coming, Joby.
if you I just need to lay down for a little bit, but if you're
fine.
if you're talking magic, you're talking something, let me know, and I might
I'll
pop
pester
in
you,
the
okay?
chat.
Don't worry about it. I'll pester you. Say bye
Alright.
to Joby. Joby, I love
Bye-bye,
you.
bye. I love you too.
I am
Bye-bye,
remembering my
bye-bye.
past life from them. I even told them to ride the cyclone.
What, Gary? Are you saying that to Joby? Remember riding the cyclone? You were in cyclones in your past life? Give sorry kisses to Joby. Joby will be okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Spacey, did you want to show us for Art Tax this Steam demo? I'm sure I can probably find it also. Steam demo. I almost typed in Chrono Trigger. That's not what the game's called. Why? What? Chrono. What is the other word? What is the other word? Help! I like Chrono Trigger too much. I can't think of what the other word is. Gear. Yes. That's the problem, is that it's got two words from my favorite series in it, Metal Gear and Chrono Trigger, and my brain cannot put that combo together. Chrono Gear. Wardens of Time demo. Come here. Go here. Yeah. There we go. Hang on. We can watch it. Totally get it. It's my fault. Hang on. Wait. Is this? No. Wait. Hang on. This is emerging. Is this the wrong one? Hang on. Hang on. Spelling. Chrono Gear emerging. Oh, or is it not on here? Coincidentally, also a high-level weapon in the new Monster Hunter. No. Is this? This is the correct one, right? Maybe? Potentially? That's the demo page? Hell yeah, okay. Shroommates, I'm giving you the demo page. You can have it, you can look at it, you can watch the videos yourself. You actually should. I would encourage it heavily. But we are also going to look at the demo here. Is there like a demo, like gameplay? Or is this... Oh, wait, by demo did you mean like the demo, you can play it. There's a playable demo. Hang on, wait. I was hoping I could full screen these so you guys could like snoop at the art, but the playable demo is out. It's a thing you can play. I can't click this button right now, it will knock my computer out of orbit. I don't have bandwidth. But Shroommates, play the demo. Maybe try the demo perhaps. What the heck? I was hoping I could like show off the art for it too, which I guess we kind of can. But that's so exciting! Congrats on your demo release! And also, release date. Do we see release date? Not in June. That's so exciting. Okay. Yeah, don't forget to wishlist, but I guess it's like kind of the full game's not out yet. Oh wait, here, I can do that. Am I signed in? I'm not. I will wishlist it through my window that is signed in, however. There we go. Yeah, that's the demo's release date, which is why I got confused for a second. I was like, I know for a fact this game is not out yet in the full version. There we go. I have wishlisted it now in my other tab. Most of the game's also completed in development. Let's go! I'm so excited to see. I'm so excited. The pixel art is so cute. The animations have been so nice. I'm so excited to try it. I am not a gamer. I'm really bad at gamering, but I still want to try it anyway. Which is, I guess, what the demo is good for. I can give it a shot and see if my low dex score affects me or not. But thank you for sharing, Spacey. I'm glad we can take just a sneak peek at it. Sure, mates. Wishlist it. You should. Consider it. Please. I beg. I don't even know where I was. I didn't think this PowerPoint was gonna take me the entirety of stream to get through, but I should have realized I'm a yapper and then Jubby also visiting us. I will tell you, in the relationship of Jubby and I am not the yapper in this relationship. At all. Jubby is the yapper in our relationship. Jubby is far more talkative than I am, under most circumstances. If you'd believe it. So having us both together, there was no way we were getting through this all the way. But that's okay. Busch Gardens. We can tell, can you? I could tell Jimmy wasn't feeling very well towards the end because they stopped being as chatty. So I can tell that there may or may not have been headache for real situation happening. But I usually am listener under many circumstances. I get my yap out through here. So yeah, beware of the wasps that may or may not be swarming the top of the rides. Can you imagine? You're flying at 80 miles an hour through the sky in a steel contraption that's hurtling you through loops and corkscrews and spirals and all these crazy things down amazing hills, and you get stung by a freaking wasp? Like, they're hanging you at the top of that griffin one we looked at, and you get stung by a wasp? You, like, just have to deal with it. You're, like, locked in there. That stinger is gonna be stuck in your leg until you're off the ride. You just gotta deal with it. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, like, you eat a wasp or even two. I was amazed that none of us, like, I feel like on a roller coaster, if you don't have glasses on, the odds of you getting, like, leaf debris or sand or dirt or a gnat of some sort in your eyeball is probably really high, right? And I close my eyes most of the ride because I'm scared of heights. Like, even watching some of these videos was giving me, like, real bad, like, wasp fly bounces off of your eyeball at 80 miles an hour simulation. Think. Could tell roller coaster messed with Joby. They got quiet. Oh no. Yeah, concerned. We'll see. What else did I even have to show you in here? I don't remember. Oh, me. Wear prescription glasses, I'm safe. But like, aren't you scared your glass is gonna fly off your head? I did spend the whole day worrying Jubby's glasses were gonna fly off. Because when we rode Verbolten 10 years ago, that was like the day ender, because we rode Verbolten, and when it does that drop in the dark, my glasses flew off and were lost, my father's hat flew off and was lost, my cousin's sunglasses flew off and were caught by my father. Bad. So like, I don't know. Eyelashes, I guess our eyelashes are pretty good. But yeah, so we did have to retake. There's a photo of my family on this carousel horse from 10 years ago. So I had to get on and pretend to be fighting for my life. Smug Jubby time instead. You can really tell a difference in how tall Jubby and I are. I don't think you've ever seen a photo of us stand next to each other. Look, fresh matching Reeboks. We really matched that day. In our black shirts, green jeans, and our white matching Reeboks. But can you tell how much taller than me Jubby is? This foot is almost touching the floor. Jubby seems like they like cheese. Jubby and I both like cheese, I would say. I would say we're both fans of cheese. I found shredded cheese under our fridge, which does allude to the fact that both of us were probably eating shredded cheese directly out of the bag at our fridge and did drop it on the floor, which is unfortunate. Yeah, we did have true couple energy. No doubts that Joby and I were dating on this trip because we did match quite frequently, unintentionally to some degree too. We just wear similar color palettes, I think. Lots of dark colors, greens, blacks, yeah. Even chains. We do have necklaces, but our necklaces don't match and our belts aren't the same. I have a black belt. Also in Kung Fu, but that's not what I'm wearing in this picture currently. But good, Joby's making a very smug face in this photo, which is why that is the emoji I've covered Joby with. Let's see, what else was in here? Oh, strange thing I witnessed. I went to a bathroom and looked up, and there was a pair of tongs balancing on the edge of the trim of the drop ceiling, supporting whatever this HVAC unit is. I have never felt more in danger while using a public restroom in my life than when this occurred. Never. This is a pair of tongs supporting the corner of this. You can see it's carrying weight because the trim is bending. Huh? Oh, I forgot a story also. When I was waiting, Joby and everyone we were with, there were 7 of us who went to, or no, there were 6 of us who went to Busch Gardens. 5 of them went on Alpengeist while I waited and held everyone's bags. And while I was waiting, holding their bags, I was just standing where they'd kind of left me. Some little, like, 13-year-old kid comes up to me, and pardon my French, I'm only saying this because the child said it. Pardon my French, e.g. swear jar, you can add that to it. Comes up to me and goes, "You're the bag, bitch," and then, like, walks away. Huh? The audacity? Are you kidding me? The shroom was so stunned, they could not speak. I was like... so rude. I was aghast. So I moved where I was standing to go stand in the shade too, because I was in the sun, but I was like, are you kidding me? Not only did my family give me a little bit of, like, they made fun of me for not going on it a little bit. They were like, come on, EG, you should really go, come on. I was like, no, I draw the line here. Not only did I have to deal with being made fun of a little bit for not going on it, but I got made fun of further by a child. It was horrible, but it was also so funny. When they got off, I told them about it because I was laughing. But, like, that happened, and then I stood there and held the bags for another, like, 15 minutes before they got off the ride. So I was, I guess that's me. I am the bag beep. Sorry you had to hear me curse. It won't happen again for a while, probably, theoretically. So that was another thing I had to mention that occurred on the trip. Speaking of bathrooms, we also stopped in a Royal Farms on the way, so I could run to the bathroom and buy us drinks. Royal Farms have the weirdest restrooms, let me tell you. They have fully, like, walled off, like, almost cells for each stall. Like, it's a floor-to-ceiling wall with a floor-to-ceiling door for each cell inside of the bathroom. Weird. Kind of nice for privacy, maybe, but I did open the door to that. Yeah, I know they're called ROFO, I'm aware, which doesn't make sense because the word farm has an A. ROFA. Why is it ROFO? I don't get it, but I know that they call them that. I was like, I call it ROFO because no one knows what I'm talking about otherwise. But I did open the door to one of the stalls and immediately get hit by a wall of the most, like, pungent smell I have ever encountered in my life. It was human feces on the floor in the stall. So the door was working to contain the smell. Yeah, it was on the floor. So I did immediately close the door. Like, that was bad. So I did have to go to a different stall. And then if that were not enough, if that were not worse, if that were not the worst part of me being in that ROFO, on my way out of the ROFO, I bought my drinks. You have to walk past, you know that, like, skill-based, like, gambling thing they do in gas stations, where it's not real gambling in air quotes because it's skill-based, they can do it in gas stations, whatever have you. I am, like, walking past that because that's how you get out the door, and this, like, 70-year-old man whistles at me. I can't whistle, so I can't replicate it. He gives you the classic, the cat call whistle. And I was like, I'm gonna die. I wish to perish. I'm going to leave. I went and got in the car and I was like, Jovi, I've had enough. Can we leave? I don't want to be in Virginia anymore. I have not been catcalled. Like, that was like the second time in my life I've ever been catcalled. Disgusting. Disgusting. What the hell? Jovi was like, do you want me to go in and beat him up? Do you want me to go in? I was like, no, I just want to leave. Please. I appreciate that you want to go defend my honor like that, but get me out of here. Get me out of there. I don't want to be here. Disgusting. No. I didn't want to beat him up because we were so close to arriving at vacation. This was on our drive there. I just wanted to get there. It was raining. Like, I was not feeling it. I was like, I just want to arrive at the place we're going. We've been in the car for like 5.5 hours already. Icky, gross, bad. Relationship ended with the Rofo. They did me dirty twice in one visit. No thanks, I'm good. I hear they make chicken there. I can't eat that anyway. They got nothing for me. But mentally, oh yeah, don't worry. I mentally eradicated that man from existence. Yes, don't worry. Mentally, he's gone. He doesn't exist any longer. But that was the strange thing, and then I did blow up and make larger the wasp sign. Several hundred wasps flying around the top of this attraction. The social behavior of the wasp. Not of wasps, but of the wasp. The single wasp. It changes for him and him alone, and the others flock to him. They have to follow his word, follow his guidance. Don't know if that was ever a good thing to be whistled at, but if it was, has it not been so for a long time? The dude can not be old enough to have been there then. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did people ever enjoy being whistled at? Is that a thing people ever liked? At any point in history ever? Like, it feels objectifying, so I can't imagine it was ever something the ladies liked. So why does it still persevere? Why is it even a thing that exists? Misogyny. I have the answer, actually. Sexism. I have the answer, actually. It's within my brain. I know the answer. Yeah, that is the answer, unfortunately. What can you do? Anyway, wasps. Not white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, either. He was 70 years old. I don't think there's any excuse at any age for doing that. At that age, he's old enough that he should have known better. Actually, we're gonna go back for a second. I have to give context to this ominous photo I've just shown you. Yeah, no excuses, fix your heart or die. Yeah, I'm not saying you'd say there's an excuse, but yeah, fix your heart or perish by my hand, Mr. Obama. So we have a dark slide here before us. You know how I said ghosts were going to make a comeback in what we were discussing? Not fully, not really, but imagine you're E.G. You're staying in a mansion that you already think may or may not be haunted. It is Thursday night. You're hanging out with your fam. You're going crazy in a game of Uno. You were on three back-to-back wins in Uno. They've made you switch to what chair you're sitting in 4 times in this game at this point because they don't trust that you're somehow not winning by some strange manner. So, game of Uno, we're working hard. Your father, Fungi Father, has a nice vegetable lasagna in the oven. We're preparing dinner for everyone. We don't go out to eat when we go on vacation. We, like, prepare food. Fungi Father, fantastic cook. Fungi Father's even making you, particularly you the Squiiji, cheese-stuffed portobello mushroom caps. Mwah, fantastic, gorgeous, lovely. They come hot off the stove, and not a moment later, the power cuts. Power is gone. We're like, oh, okay, that kind of sucks. We are now in a massive mansion at like 6 p.m., so it's not dark out yet. The sun is setting. The oven now is unable to finish cooking our lasagna, which is what we're supposed to eat for dinner. And the only thing that we have that we can cook with right now, based on what circumstances we have before us, is a grill, a propane grill. But it is pouring outside. It is also a thunderstorm, and it is like the comedic, like, one bolt of lightning cracks and lights up the whole sky and just like fluorescent, like purple almost. Setting the stage for you here. So the lights are out. And so we're all sitting there trying to figure out what to do with ourselves. We're still playing Uno by candlelight at this point because the sun is setting. Everyone's starting to get more and more paranoid because I'll tell you a thing about my family. I'm paranoid. Do you know where I get it from? Is because my parents are paranoid. My cousin's psyching himself out thinking he can see people in the dark. Like, everyone's starting to lose it. So we start telling stories, but at some point we do have my uncle. He pulls the grill into the garage, opens the garage door, and is grilling chicken in the garage on the propane tank for everyone to eat for dinner. Because we haven't eaten in like 6 hours. Not the smartest move that is ever made. I feel like that's a good way to burn a house down, but it was okay. Nothing happened. Adapt and overcome, but it was mildly ominous hearing him grilling from outside while we were kind of in the dark trying to play Uno and not lose our sanity. And he is just periodically coming upstairs with like a huge platter of chicken. I can't eat it. All I ate for dinner that night was portobello mushrooms. So here is the depiction of the time we were having, which is, here is our ominous giant platter of chicken that has been picked through, the mix-match candles that were in this building so that we would have something prepared for us in case of power outage, and our deck of Uno. No, the garage was open, so it wasn't filling up with the gas at all. So no, don't worry, it was fine. The chicken theoretically was really good. They all said it was good. I didn't eat any because I am not an eater of chicken. But yeah, this does look like we're summoning something, so I thought a couple particular shroommates might be interested to see this image. We're making an offering of chicken to something. Don't really know what. And then at some point, we managed to get in contact, because the other thing that was happening on this trip that I didn't make clear enough is that I had no reception. The Wi-Fi did not work, and there was no reception. There was one bar of service if you went and stood out at the end of the pier, at the end of the dock, but that was it. So like, we have no way of contacting anyone. So my father did walk outside to get service and contact like the groundskeeper to say, hey, power is out. Power has been out for like an hour now and is getting dark out. Everything we have in the fridge is going to go bad if we don't do something about this. That's not good. And we got people who need sleep apnea machines in this house. So like, we probably need power in some metric. And it takes us a very long time to hear back. All the while, we're still slowly losing our minds a little bit, because here is an image. This is what it looked like as we are playing Uno in the dark. This is an unedited photo. There was a photo of all of us where no one's face is in the photo that was managed to be taken. Why is my cousin being eaten by darkness in this photo? Why is he vanishing? Why is his face not in this photo? Why is that happening? Jubby is like perfectly poised behind this lantern that was hanging up here. This is me. My hand is over my face in this photo for an unknown reason. I think he's still playing Uno. It was so ominous. And this photo, because it was taken with flash, Jubby's got a shadow, we could not see through any of the doorways. And this house was huge and creaky, and it's raining. Scary. Scary. We were a little bit freaked out, I say, but like everyone was being really funny about it, because they were like, oh, I'm gonna take the candles, I'm gonna go to bed, I'm gonna take my flashlight. Okay, don't go alone. I'm like, fellas, the house is this dark and we go to sleep at night. We do snork me-me-me-me's under these conditions and it's fine. Why is it worse to be awake in the condition that we do normally a snork me-me-me-me within? Why does the changing of the context, I guess, to forced dark activate such a terrified part of our minds where we're fine sleeping there every other night? For some reason, everyone was freaked out trying to sleep that night. We did eventually manage to get into contact with the groundskeeper, who was like, oh, there's a propane tank. I can set it up for you to be a part of like the generator. I'll come down and set it up. Hours pass. She does not show up. It's like 10 p.m. at this point. My father calls her, manages to get through, and is like, hey, hello, my honey, hello, my darling, hello, my ragtime gal. Why are you not here setting up the generator? Tell me how to do it so I can set it up. And she's like, oh, I had a really long day. I just got in bed. I was doing Meals on Wheels. I just got home. I'm sorry. I can be over there in an hour and a half to set it up. And he's like, no, just tell me how to do it. I've set up a generator before. We were without power from like, it was like 5 p.m. I think, or 5 or 6 p.m. until we set the generator up at like 11, almost midnight. Girlie, why did you abandon us? She wanted us to get eaten by whatever nightmares were haunting that house, huh? And yeah, I know that the blankie is a force field, and keeping your limbs from dangling off the edge of the bed is how you stay safe from the horrors and the terrors that live underneath of said bed. But it is different. Yeah, no. Was not a fan of her being that way. And the generator did work until about 4 or 5 a.m. And then the power came back on at like 7 a.m. So we did survive the night, but ghosts became relevant because my cousin was freaking himself out. He kept like looking into the distance and being like, there's someone over there. Like he would like just like randomly be doing a head count. But I will say Jubby did a really good job of steering us in some pleasant conversations. We were talking like, what is the best vegetable? What would you eat if you were on death row as your final meal? What is the best mammal? Like kinds of questions that I ask all of you. Jubby was asking my family, which I didn't think was gonna work, but it did work and it kept everybody sane. So my tactic for all of you, if you are in a haunted or scary feeling house and you need to get through it, just ask people what their favorite like animals and foods and things are. We were going like through like favorite dessert, favorite this, if you could have any occupation ever on planet of Earth, if you could live during any time period, like all of the, like just those kinds of questions. And it did get everyone through it because it was too dark to play Uno after so long. Yeah, Jubby is Yappy. Jappy. We have merged the name. That is okay. Also, Bios Podge, thank you for hanging out. I did enjoy Virginia for the most part. I was zonked, not zorked. I don't know what that means. I was zonked afterwards. I was EP. E, letter, capital E, capital P. Oh, Roger Busman, also thank you for following. I appreciate it. But yeah, so this was the Thursday night. We had scary chicken summoning something going on in the place we were. Is this the last slide? This might be the last slide. Yeah, that is. Freedom. Look at that. We got 15 minutes to talk about whatever you want now. Oh, actually not true. I had a little video thing that I can show you behind things. That was just my aesthetic little rendition. Let me pause the music so you can be fully immersed in Squiiji's vacation ambiance. Look, it's the pool. I can't hear it, so I don't know how loud it is. Ooh. Here's the dock. Listen to the wind. Ran it on a what? What have you censored? How nice, right? It was so relaxing. I told you about all the crazy parts, but a lot of the time was just spent like relaxing. Oh, yeah, that is probably the word that is being said. I would imagine so. That is probably what the word is. Breeze through the trees. I was getting eaten alive by mosquitoes taking this photo. There's the other part of the dock. You can see like the houses dotting like the distant shore parts. Yeah, relaxing was the best, but I still did come home exhausted, and I had a lot of work to do this week, some of which is not also done. So I will be continuing to work afterwards. But yeah, e.g. ASMR a little bit. The wind kind of ruins it a little bit for me for being like real ASMR, but the background sounds are nice. And I think it'll loop, so we can listen to it without me talking over it if you want. We can e.g. sleep aid to e.g. vacation. Me, 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 me. Snork. Me, 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 me. Looks like a lake I stayed at in North Carolina. It's a lot of like, because like this is off of the Chesapeake Bay. Is it actually? Hang on, that might not be true. No, yeah, we're off of the river. What river is that that's in that state? Oh, great question. Yeah, hazy distance does show the humidity. It was really humid. It was nice. It was really humid and really hot. And like, I feel like a lot of like waterfront properties, once you're in the like Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia stretch, feel kind of similar to me. Maybe it's because they have similar latitude? Maybe? That they end up having a similar vibe? I also can't hear this. The monitor is not turned on, so I don't know how loud it is, but I hope you're enjoying it. And I don't think so this will be the closest we ever get to EG ASMR period either, just because I should be doing a reading stream for all of you one day, some way, somehow, but I just have too many things planned and I haven't figured out all the things to do it. Not hearing any sound? Oh wait, can you not hear it? You should be able to hear it. I can't hear it. But you probably can. I don't have the monitor turned on, which is my own problem. Oh, it's very quiet. Okay, here, I can turn it up some. If it's too quiet. That should make it louder for you. ASMR Pog, I'm glad you're enjoying the thought of it. We gotta pick out let me put that on my list of notes I have here. I'm gonna put that on in our next week for our housekeeping. I'm gonna reach out feelers about playing Commander at Otakon with Shroommates, and also poll for a book. Like a short story, maybe? For ASMR. Because technically, I think I still owe you guys that from the Donathon. Technically. I tried an ASMR with printmaking, but it didn't really work because I don't have a good microphone for it, and the place I live is probably too loud. But ASMR reading would just be, Ichi reads you a story on stream. Maybe we do like a bedtime story reading or something. I don't know. Has to be a mushroom-themed story somewhere. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of what I want, is I want something that would be on brand. Yeah, sorry, I am talking over it also, which makes it probably hard to hear. You can probably hear it slightly when I shut up. But I will poll maybe in our Monday housekeeping for maybe some books that are like short stories that I could read start to end for it. The only trouble with that would be that I can't really talk to all of you while I'm reading. So like maybe we would we'd read straight for like 30 minutes and then take a break so I can drink water, eat something, say hi, thank people, all that. And then we continue again. That's why I haven't done it yet, is I haven't figured out a way to do it that I think would work the way I want it to, you know? I'll figure something out. I did also jokingly say I would just read you guys a mushroom identification guide. But I feel like that's like not that interesting to listen to in the background. Maybe I could read, I wonder if there's like papers on, I feel like almost like TED Talk you maybe. But that's not reading, I don't know. I'll figure something out. ASMR EG gives you a lecture. I'll find something maybe, but if you can find any like mushroom related short stories, that might be a good thing for us to investigate. Read the guide next April Fool's. Oh, I could. I'll give you a spoiler. My potential next April Fool's thoughts include me creating a model that is just a 3D, like, HD mushroom. No eyes, nothing, just full HD mushroom. That is one of the ideas for next year's April Fool's. So maybe HD mushroom EG teaches you guys about mushrooms for April Fool's maybe next year. I'll have to figure it out. Literally listen to highlights of German street law. Think an identification guide would be fine. Wait, really? Would you guys, if I just read you a mushroom identification guide, you would still show up and listen to that? I can't say I'm that surprised actually though, because I feel like I would also still listen to that too. But like, I never know how much of people being here is liking the things I'm doing or liking the thing that I'm talking about. So I feel like I never know what the right thing to do is for some of that stuff. Fun, educational? Aww. Both. Oh, thanks. I figure people who are here Fridays is usually the both situation. Thursdays tends to be the day where we have the most people who are here for the topic. And then Mondays also tend to be a little bit of both as well. So the Friday fellas, I see you. I know who you are. I know who the Friday Shroommates are. Also, I know people can't make it just because of time or day of the week sometimes too, so that's not like a sweeping statement, but Fridays are usually the EG yaps about nonsense day or does something unusual day. Miscellaneous, any kind of day. I notice who's here on the EG does anything days. I see you. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, there are a number of you who are here every stream also, which is infinitely amazing to me. I'm so surprised continually by that. I always think like I'll get used to some of these things and I never do. Stay humble, EG, I guess. Which is to say, I guess I am. Also here for both whenever I don't eep. See, that's fair also. I know that there's some fellas who hang out with us and it's like the middle of the night and I am amazed that people are here in the middle of the night. People will be like, yeah, I wake up at 4 a.m. for EG stream. You're doing what? I'm honored. I'm amazed even. I appreciate it. Please make sure you're getting sleep though. Oh my god. That's a big commitment. But yeah, so I will figure out those plans for next week mayhaps. Next week, there may be a little bit of a funny business. There may have to be a thing rescheduled because there's something that might modify the way my week has to go. I know I promised no more strange week schedules after June, but we may have to do one more. We may have to do one. We'll see. I'll probably have 3 streams next week, but one of them might not be the day that is expected for it to be on normally. I'll have to see. We'll figure it out this weekend probably, and I will alert you. But Monday will be Monday. Monday's always Monday. We're gonna be doing VTuber design critiques. You know it, you love it. Next week, one of the streams will be continuing Arknight's crits. That'll probably be the one that is floating as to what day it is. Maybe. And then there should also be our design critique, or not critiques, but our design review, looking at and talking about and being excited about all the beautiful clown Mikus people drew. Hey, wait, I can show you really quickly where my clown Miku is right now. I have not finished her. Don't tell Yam I haven't finished her. I just have not had time. I have too many projects going on. I haven't finished my clown Miku. Secret. Oh, where is my Miku? Here she is. She's not done yet. I gotta turn off our ASMR in order to show you, because it is in Clip Studio. Ooh-wah. Goodbye. Here she is right now. That's the first, right? That is, Clown Miku stream is theoretically the 3rd, but that might be the day that I may have an issue, not issue, but like something that has come up on, so I will have to let you all know. Here's my Clown Miku so far. She just, I should line her and like make her nice, but like the basis of her is all here. She is, in concept, her hair is stilts, she's got her big clown shoes on, and she's upside down. Because these are her legs, they're her stilts. So her pigtails have her pants. This is her vest, which is upside down on her body. There's her belt around the top part of her shoulders. And then because her flower, that is the sprays you with water flower, is probably to be more or less at eye level for people, she can spray you with that. Here's her tie, which is tied around her leg. I might move it down. She's got boots that look like, boots that look like a hat. And then this is sheet music, the treble and bass clef from, oh man, what song is it? From one of the Clown Miku songs. There's a Clown Miku song that I'm referencing with the notes on here. So it's not the best thing I've ever designed, but it is something, and I did design it in the limited time I had, and I love her. And I'm going to make her better before we have our stream where we show them all off. But I'm so excited to see more of them. I've been snooping in our server, but I haven't seen what people have posted in Yam's server of completed designs. And I saw a couple on Twitter, but I've been mostly unspoiled. I've been mostly only looking at the work in progress ones, so I'm excited to see them. Don't tell the professor about you not finishing Miku, teacher. Please don't tell on me to the other teachers. Do not tell on me. So, yeah. Forgot to draw the base one. You don't have to draw the base one. You don't have to. If I had time, I was gonna do a full illustration for her that was not the base one. Oh wait, I guess I can have music again. Briefly. I was going to draw a full illustration, not using my base, but then I did not get around to it. The months of May and June have been so ridiculously busy for me, as probably is for everyone else too. Summer's tough for scheduling, so what can you do? But we're gonna finish on time today because I need to eat, and I also have some work that I really badly need to get done. Okay, now I actually can't leave because you need to get your RGBG. Did you have something you needed to say to me? I've been turned into a computer. I guess I match Miku because she does have every color of the rainbow contained within her design also. Which was a challenge. I'm in a color struggle phase right now, just a little bit. I'm figuring it out though. Thank you for clapping. I don't know why you guys are all clapping right now though. Thank you for the stream. Of course. Thank you for coming to the stream. I did too. They're not great, but oh well. Hey, be nice to yourself. They're great because you made them. They're great because they exist. They're great because you got practice in. You flexed your brain muscles and tried doing a thing, which is called drawing and character designing, which makes you smarter. And it is practice, so it's helping you to be better at doing more things in the future as well. Don't be down on yourself. I will not stand for it. Don't ever degrade yourself in front of EG, especially as far as art goes. You will get a stern talking to. Thoughts on Teto? Love her. Love her spiral drills. They're very cute. I was going to give myself drills when we did our April Fool's concert, when we did Tetoris, but it was too hard to make them white, and I couldn't find a good model of them to use. and I didn't feel like 3D modeling them fully myself that way. Yeah, done is better than perfect, which is the other thing I have to tell myself about this. I definitely, for my snow mikus, was too much into perfect, and I lost a lot of sleep on those. This one, I'm not losing sleep on. I just need to finish it in some manner, which is kind of sad. It's my own challenge. But this is the rough time of year for doing it. And it makes sense for summer. That's when the circus comes into town, is the summer. But, oh lordy. Oh boy, that is a lot. Did Cards Miku and Circus Clown Miku. Yay! I saw like a popcorn, like buttered popcorn Miku. I saw a sad Pierrot Miku. I saw some balloon animals. I saw some satin scarves. I saw some marbles. There were some really interesting things people did with them. And I'm interested for next year, since we've all tempted clowns now. Next year, what we will all think of for clowns will be interesting. I'm intrigued to see if, because we're better informed, we've looked at clowns more, if it'll change things. Yeah. While you're away on vacation, I won an Emmy? Hang on. What? You can't just drop that. It's just, oh, while you were away, I won an Emmy. What? Please elaborate. What do you mean by that? You have to tell me what for, because I don't need, you don't have to divulge who you are as a person, but like, what? Congrats? What the heck? That's crazy. That's so exciting. What the heck? Yeah, I'm gonna go pick it up after the stream? What the heck? What do you mean pick it up? Is that what you do with Emmys? You just go pick them up? You'll have to tell us how that whole experience goes. I am so intrigued. That is incredible. And also wild. Dang, congrats? What the heck? That's really exciting. Are you permitted to tell us, like, oh, I guess that wouldn't be, like, I don't want you to divulge information that you can't give us. Post a picture in the Discord? Go for it. Also, I am still waiting to see, do you guys remember, was it Monday that we had some fellas pop in here and talk about my name being on an M1 Abrams tank? They said they were going to post an image of that in the Discord, and I've been waiting to see, and it has not shown up yet. And I'm intrigued, because part of me is like, is that real? And the other part of me is like, Jubby has to see that. Jubby was way more excited. I was like, that's wild. Jubby was like, that's insane that that's going on. Oh my gosh, Emmy Sugar Maple. You're no longer Edward. For TV journalism? Oh, well, hell yeah, congrats. Congrats to you, that's so fantastic. Emmy award-winning Shrewmates. I've said it before, the Shrewmates are a fantastically skilled and talented and hardworking bunch of fellas, and there's only more and more proof of it every single day, so that's wild. We're proud of you here in the Shroom State, dang. Yeah. What about a reverse animal trainer? What do you mean reverse animal trainer, what? Oh, for the circus theming? I guess you could make Miku be the creature and then Umisil could be the trainer, that'd be funny. That'd be an interesting concept for future, future Clown Miku challenges, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I'm intrigued though. I guess you can't post a picture until you have it, because I did also immediately open the Discord to check live suggestions to see if you'd sent it, but I guess it wouldn't make sense for you to have sent it already. Because you don't have it. You are picking it up today. Oh, Dear Fiora, thank you for resubscribing. Oh wait, no, thank you for gifting a sub. That was so kind of you, gifting a sub to Neophyte. Thank you. Very kind. Can we rotate for Dear Fiora? That was very kind of you. I read the thing and I saw 2 and I thought it was resubscribing for 2 months, but it was not. That is not the text I wrote. Whoops. Oh yeah, wait. Oh yeah, if you want to see my EG drink, I added you on Blue Sky a while ago. Oh shit, we looked at it on stream. We looked at the EG drink you made on stream. I think a couple weeks ago? I don't know when that was. Wish I could tell you when it was, but yeah, we looked at it. You added me in it while I was live, I think, and I saw the notification come through and I was like, EG beverage? And we looked at it. You're good. No, no oops, no oops. We just looked at it like right when it showed up. I was like, I'm in a beverage? That's cool. Thanks. I was trying to make a Joker Miku fight Yam Al Batman? Got overwhelmed? Oh my god, what? Conceptually, silly. Conceptually, love to see it. You're good. Sorry, I assumed you missed the notification. No, it's good. I mean, that is not an unsafe thing to assume with me, unfortunately. But yeah, no, we saw it. It was cool. Thank you for making EG beverage. Don't drink your EGs, fellas. You can make EG-inspired beverages, but don't. Clip the moment. Yeah, if we can find it. I don't have any memory of when that was, though, so I wouldn't even know what stream to point you guys to for checking. So I don't know why I'm lagging. So strange. Hello? Can I have speed? No. Can I move at any relative amount of quickness? No. I guess not. But it is 6 p.m. I am going to end us on time here tonight. Monday, we'll be back, VTuber Design Critiques. Next week, we have Arc Knights and Clown Miku. That is what we have to look forward to. After next week, we will be starting doing some art fighting on top of the usual things we're doing. So look forward to that. Joby will come back and probably play Magic the Gathering online, Arena Online, while I do some art fighting. And there may or may not be some ASMR and other things happening this month. There's some things going on, yeah. Art Fight, the game, yes. Or not the game, like the battle of drawing against each other, yeah. But I must leave. I need to eat so that I can do work. I know it's a Friday, and I know it is 6 p.m. EST, but I gotta work. Gotta make money, make purse. To quote ATs. Oh, the final thing I didn't mention is that my sister and I listened to BTS the entire car ride home from the trip. We listened to every song BTS has probably ever made on the trip back because BTS is being released from their military service, I believe. So she is getting back into BTS as a result. So I had to note that. But shroom you later, YouTube shroommates, and I will see you guys on Monday, fresh early, 2 p.m. EST. Bye. Thank you for hanging out and listening to me. Yeah. Twitch fellas.